Chapter 3599. Yang Kai laughed and said, I know, I will be careful. Yu Meng carefully warned him for a while, like a young woman staying at home, and warning her husband about to go to war. She no longer had the dignity of a demon saint, only endless reluctance and worry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, remembering every word she said in his heart. You're so long-winded, aren't you? Bailey Mo had been standing not far away, looking up at the sky full of stars, but at this time, she finally couldn't help but turn around and stab Yu Meng. Since you're so reluctant, you can go with him. Yu Meng glared at her. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Of course Yu Meng wanted to go with Yang Kai, but she couldn't. Chang Tian and Bailey Mo were worried about the great emperors. But how could Yu Meng be at ease with them? Now that Yang Kai had left, if Yu Meng also left, it was hard to say whether these two, who had obtained thousands of demon kings and dozens of half-saints, would have other thoughts. Yu Meng staying behind could at least act as a distraction to ensure that Chang Tian and Bailey Mo didn't have any ulterior motives, especially Bailey Mo, who still had the soul brand Yang Kai had planted in her mind. If she didn't keep an eye on it, who knew if she would try to break it? She didn't tell Yang Kai about this, because some things didn't need to be said so clearly. However, Bailey Mo didn't need to be impatient. After reminding her for so long and saying what she needed to say, Yu Meng finally sighed and clapped her hands. Two figures quickly approached from the side, and when they got closer, Yang Kai found that these two were old acquaintances. Baizhua Baiya. One was a half-saint under Yu Meng, and the other was a half-saint under Bailey Mo. Both of them had interacted with Yang Kai many times. Among them, Baizhua was originally in the two-realm battlefield. However, when Yang Kai was preparing to devour the continents under Yu Meng, Baizhua received orders and returned from the two-realm battlefield. When the two sides met, Yang Kai nodded at them, and then looked at Yu Meng suspiciously. Yu Meng said, When you go out, I'll feel more at ease if you bring the two of them with you. There's no need for that. Yang Kai laughed. I have Windchaser and my Dharmakaya. That's different. Yu Meng shook her head. I have stayed in the star boundary before and know that it is not peaceful here. If something happens, they can help. With two half-saint level helpers, unless the great emperors personally took action, who could do anything to Yang Kai? Bailey Mo also said, If you don't want to bring the two of them, then don't leave. You are the key to us. If something really happens to you, what should we do? Their path of retreat was cut off. All of their hopes were placed on Yang Kai. No matter what, they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Since the two demon saint had said so, it was likely that Chang Tian also had the same intention. Yang Kai could not refuse even if he wanted to, so he could only nod helplessly and say, All right, then bring them along. Yu Meng turned her head, her charming face stern. The two of you follow my husband at all times. No matter what, you must ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, the two of you will bring your heads to me. Baizhua and Baiya cupped their hands together and said solemnly, Two saint sages, rest assured. We will protect Lord Yang with our lives. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai cupped his hands at them. We don't dare. Baizhua and Baiya hurriedly returned the gesture. In the past, when everyone had come into contact with each other, they had all treated each other as equals and called each other brothers. But now that Yu Meng had called him husband in front of them, how could they dare to act arrogantly and call him Brother Yang? At this moment Chang Tian also walked over. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. If everything is ready, then let's go. The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner we can be at ease. There was nothing to prepare. Yang Kai immediately put Baiya and Baizhua into the small sealed world bead. After bidding farewell to Yu Meng and the others, his figure soared into the sky. Under the star field, Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and headed south. Staring at his disappearing back, Yu Meng let out a long sigh. Bailey Mo glanced at her and sneered. You look like a resentful wife. Can't bear to part with him? Surprisingly, Yu Meng did not quarrel with her this time. She just watched Yang Kai leave before turning around and leaving. This made Bailey Mo feel a sense of powerlessness, as if she had punched cotton. In the small sealed world bead, 100 kilometers away from the three peaks, there was a tall mountain with dense trees. On the trunk of a big tree, a graceful figure was lying down with a leisurely look on her face. Her slender legs dangled down and swayed. Boya was holding a 10-meter-long arrow in her hand, refining and polishing it with her demonic chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, less than a meter away from her. Boya's reaction was quick. Her original laziness disappeared, and she quickly jumped up. The 10-meter-long arrow in her hand disappeared at the same time, and was replaced by a sharp dagger. She held the dagger in a reverse grip, and stabbed it forward. But in the next moment, Boya's figure suddenly stopped. The dagger in her hand stopped 3 inches away from the figure. She let out a long breath and patted her towering chest. "You scared me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Her breasts tumbled in her chest. The person who had come was naturally Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could appear here so abruptly. Yang Kai smiled. "Your vigilance is pretty good." Boya snorted. "If I didn't have such vigilance, who knows how many times I would have been killed by others by now." Saying so, she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked suspiciously, "Your body? Are you dead?" "It's just a projection," Yang Kai replied. His main body was still on his way, so what appeared in the small sealed world was just a divine sense projection. In any case, he was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. His divine sense was even stronger than a half-saint's, so it was naturally not a problem for him to multitask. His divine sense projection looked ethereal, so Boya thought that something had happened to Yang Kai, and that only his soul avatar was left. Last time in the Eternal Heaven continent, Boya risked her life to block a blow for Yang Kai. After returning to the Cloud Shadow continent, Yang Kai returned the soul puppet to Boya. So, even if something happened to Yang Kai now, Boya wouldn't be implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked 100 kilometers away. "Is everything all right over there?" Boa replied, "What's wrong?" "Those 3 fellows are getting along better and better." 100 kilometers away, in the 10,000 Flower Valley, on the mountain peak where Li Shiqing was, a simple long table was set up. On the table, there were several plates of exquisite food and several jars of fine wine. Hua Luan and Mo Sheng and Li Shiqing were sitting on 3 sides, talking and laughing. Chang Tian wanted all the masters above the Demon King level in the small sealed world, and Yang Kai had satisfied him. However, Mo Sheng and Hua Luan from the 10,000 Flower Valley didn't move and stayed behind. Naturally, this was because of Li Shiqing. It could be seen that the 3 of them were getting along well. Although Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, all of them looked happy. "Have you investigated Mo Sheng's background carefully?" Yang Kai asked. Boya replied, "I have. He's just a down-and-out demon king from the Sinking Frost continent. Although his cultivation isn't bad, being at the high-ranked demon king realm, he's too arrogant. So he's not liked by the other demon kings, and the half-saint of the Sinking Frost continent. A few years ago, he also served that half-saint, but later he left the Sinking Frost continent for some reason. Like me, he's now cultivating alone, and not under anyone's control." She then added, "By the way, the Sinking Frost continent is the territory of Saint Senior Bei Liemo." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "In your opinion, did he approach Li Shiqing on purpose, or did he come here by coincidence?" It was just a casual question, there was no deeper meaning. The main reason was that right after Li Shiqing arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley, he followed her. Coincidentally, he even came to save the damsel in distress. In the end, he even settled down in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but think more about it. "Coincidence, right?" Boya replied. Yang Kai had asked something similar last time, so she paid more attention to it. During this time, she didn't find any other ulterior motives from Mo Sheng. The 3 of them basically only met once every 1 or 2 months, and they were usually busy with their own things. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything more, just watching quietly. Although Boya could see 100 kilometers away with her eye technique, she couldn't hear what was being said over there. Yang Kai could hear it. As long as he wanted, nothing in the small sealed world could escape his perception. At this moment, Hua Luan was asking some questions about cultivation. Mo Sheng didn't hide anything, and told Huoluan about his own cultivation experience in detail. Huoluan looked thoughtful, as if he had benefited a lot. Li Shiqing was also listening quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time. Every time, she would hit the nail on the head, causing Emo Sheng to praise her greatly. After all, she was a disciple of the great emperors, and had received excellent training from a young age. Naturally, she had a deep understanding of cultivation. Although humans and demons were different, their pursuit of power was the same. After some discussion, Emo Sheng agreed to Huoluan's request and went down to fight. The difference between the two minor realms in the demon race was two minor realms. One was a high-ranked demon king, while the other was a low-ranked demon king. Originally, there was a huge gap between them, but now the world principles of the small sealed world only allowed Dao Source Realm cultivators to appear. Even if Emo Sheng had a powerful cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength, so it was relatively fair. There wasn't much to see in this battle. In the end, Emo Sheng was superior and Huoluan admitted defeat. Half a day later, Huoluan and Emo Sheng bid farewell and left. After Li Shiqing packed up her things and returned to her stilted house, the smile on her pretty face changed slightly, turning cold all of a sudden. She then turned around and left. With a bang, the door was suddenly closed. Li Shiqing used all her strength, but still couldn't open it. After struggling for a while, Li Shiqing turned around and angrily looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting in the hall. "What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at her and said lightly, "I'm back in the star boundary." Li Shiqing blinked, as if she didn't hear him clearly, and wasn't sure what he said. After a while she asked, "You're back in the star boundary?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "You should be able to leave soon." Li Shiqing was silent, not as happy as Yang Kai expected. After a while, she raised her head and looked at him with a complicated gaze. "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Honored Master about what happened that day?" Chapter 3600. That day on the Cloud Shadow continent. The reason she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai was because she had seen the great emperors Mingyu die at Yang Kai's hands with her own eyes. She was filled with the desire to avenge the great emperors. Otherwise, why would she have attacked Yang Kai? Although she had more or less guessed that whether Yang Kai was present or not, Mingyu would have died that day. Perhaps Mingyu took the initiative to commit suicide in order to protect the great emperor's opportunity. In the end, Mingyu was killed by Yang Kai. Every time she saw Yang Kai, she would remember the scene of Mingyu's death. That was why she had left the city guard palace and came here to escape after the Cloud Shadow continent was devoured. She thought that she would never have to see Yang Kai again, that she would no longer have to make things difficult for him. But she didn't know that her every move was under Yang Kai's surveillance. If she could return to the Star Realm and return to her master's side, there was no way she would hide what she had seen that day. She would definitely report it in detail. And how great was the crime of killing a great emperor's? Li Shiqing didn't know how the Star Realm would deal with the man in front of her if they learned of this. Since the War of Emperors tens of thousands of years ago, no great emperors had fallen. Mingyu was the first one in tens of thousands of years, and the only great emperors to die at the hands of the Emperor Realm, since time immemorial. "When I see Master Huaying, I will let you out and let you reunite with your master and disciple," Yang Kai said as if he hadn't heard her words. Li Shiqing gritted her teeth and said, "When I see Master, I will definitely report everything that happened that day." Yang Kai nodded. He had never thought of hiding the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Even if Li Shiqing didn't tell him, he would have reported everything to the great emperors himself. His figure gradually blurred, and he suddenly said, "Oh right, be careful of that Emo Sheng. I feel that there's something wrong with him." He wasn't trying to frighten them, nor was he trying to give them advice. It was just a feeling. Logically speaking, in this small sealed world, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could even pry into Emo Sheng's thoughts. From what he had seen and heard before, coupled with Bo Ye's report, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with Emo Sheng's origins. However, Yang Kai had this feeling, an inexplicable feeling. Since he had this feeling, he naturally had to remind Li Shiqing. It didn't matter if she was wrong. It would just make her more vigilant. Li Shiqing was stunned. Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Yang Kai's figure gradually became transparent, and then disappeared. Staring at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared, Li Shiqing secretly gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. Beneath the star field, Yang Kai's figure was like a rainbow. Yang Kai had stayed in the star boundary for many years, climbing from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. He had made many friends here, and had even established the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, bringing his family and friends here. It could be said that the star boundary was now his home. But there had never been a time when he felt as comfortable as today. Since leaving the small sealed world, Yang Kai had felt that returning to the star boundary was like returning to his mother's embrace. The scenery, the surrounding air, the star boundary's world principles, everything seemed incomparably familiar. It wasn't the kind of familiarity one would feel when a wanderer returned home. Perhaps this was part of the reason, but the bigger reason was the opportunity of the great emperors. He now had the star boundary's world recognition. The whole world had opened its arms to him, and the star boundary was embracing him, like a tiger returning to the mountain forest, like a dragon returning to the sea. This kind of comfort made Yang Kai feel inexplicably happy. He couldn't help but hum a little tune as he flew through the sky. Not only was he comfortable, but when Yang Kai meditated to recover, he also noticed something different. When he circulated his secret art, the world energy in the world poured into his body like swallows returning to their nest. The efficiency of his cultivation was more than 10 times higher than before. The world recognition had increased the speed at which he absorbed the world energy by more than one level. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the opportunities of the great emperors were. Perhaps there were more benefits that had yet to be discovered. Now that he had returned to the star boundary, he could have used the space spirit bead to directly teleport to the side of someone close to him. The reason why he flew all the way back was to experience this feeling and check out the situation in the star boundary. However, when he remembered that the price of these benefits was the fall of one of the great emperors at his hands, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but become a little gloomy. In the end, he had failed to bring back the great emperor's bright moon from the demon territory. Recalling Lan Sun's pleading and eager eyes when he left the star boundary, Yang Kai felt somewhat powerless. Now that he had returned, how could he face her? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly paused and tilted his head to listen. He could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and intense energy fluctuations, so he immediately understood that there should be a fierce battle between the demon race and the human race. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. 500 kilometers away, in a wasteland, 1,000 people were engaged in a fierce battle. 30% human race, 70% demon race. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the battlefield, the light of artifacts and secret techniques rose and fell one after another, illuminating the world. Demonic chi surged, and demon chi rolled. The demon race were fearless. All the human race had been surrounded. The demon race had a great advantage in terms of numbers, and there were 2 demon kings among them. So naturally everything was under their control. On the human race's side, there was only one injured member of the Emperor realm. Although they were doing their best to defend, their defensive circle was still shrinking bit by bit. All the human race members wore determined expressions. Not a trace of fear could be seen on their faces. This was because everyone knew that if they fell into the hands of the demon race, they would definitely suffer. Since they were surrounded, they could only fight to the death. If the enemy didn't die, then they would die. The ground was littered with corpses. There were both human race members and demon race members. But relatively speaking, the human race's casualties were undoubtedly several times higher. The blood that flowed out from their bodies had thickened the earth. Many of the human race members came from different sects. After several years of fierce battles, each of them had gained a fierce killing intent. They all formed into formations back to back and stubbornly resisted. The demon race continued to circle outside the encirclement. The several hundred demon race members seemed to have turned into a millstone, and the human race members in the middle were the soybeans under the millstone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause their human race companions to be ground into fine powder. The number of casualties increased, and the Emperor Realm's only demon race member had more wounds on his body. Blood dripped everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. As he shouted, his movements were disorderly. On the other hand, the two demon kings of the demon race were calm and composed. Not only did they not join the battle, they instead floated high up in the sky, appreciating the stubborn resistance of the human race. One of the sand demon's lustful gaze swept across the beautiful women in the field, licking his lips from time to time. In particular, he paid special attention to a woman who was comparable to a high-ranked demon commander. That woman was mature and voluptuous, just the type he liked. Over the years of invading the star boundary, the demon race had captured many human race captives, and some of the lecherous men on the demon race's side had tasted human race beauties. This demon king was one of them. His greatest pleasure was to collect human race beauties of all kinds for his own enjoyment. This was a completely different kind of restraint from the demon race women's passion. Every time he saw those women screaming and struggling under his body, but they were unable to resist, this demon king would feel a heartfelt excitement. Of course, the human women he had played with generally didn't have a good ending. Their corpses were basically incomplete. When he was having sex, what he liked to do the most was to bite off pieces of fresh and tender flesh and chew them into his stomach. That kind of taste was something that he would never forget after tasting it once. He stared at the mature beauty who was sweating profusely and wielding her sword in the field, his demon blood boiling and his crotch bulging. The demon king next to him obviously knew what kind of character his colleague was, and turned his head to look at him. Following his gaze, he stared at the mature beauty and coldly snorted, "Ice Heart Valley slut." Sand Demon was startled when he heard this. She's from Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and had contributed greatly in the War of the Two Worlds. They had been active in many large-scale battles, and had even suffered losses at the hands of many members of the demon race. As such, some of the Demon King knew about Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't just Ice Heart Valley, but also the strength of the top and first-class sects of the Star Boundary. After all, after fighting for several years, it was impossible for them not to know the origins of their enemies. They're using ice attribute chi, and they're all women. Coupled with the clothes they're wearing, there's no doubt they're from Ice Heart Valley, the Demon King replied, apparently quite familiar with the great forces in the Star Boundary. The Sand Devil was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he laughed out loud. His mood seemed to have become even better. It was a long while later before he stopped laughing. He slowly nodded and extended his hand to touch his face. Very good, very good. There was a hideous scar on his face, as if a giant centipede was crawling on it. He didn't know how long the scar had been there, but it still hadn't healed. Not only that, from time to time, a cold aura would escape from the scar, and the image of a woman with a cold expression appeared in his mind. In the middle of a large-scale battle, that woman descended from the sky and swept her sword over. Out of the 4 demon kings gathered in one place, 3 of them died on the spot. Only he was relatively lucky. After being struck by the sword, he took advantage of the situation to feign death and escaped the calamity. After that, he specifically asked the other demon kings about the origins of that woman, and learned that the woman who had killed 3 demon kings with a single sword strike was called Ji Yao. She was from Ice Heart Valley, and was the 3rd disciple of Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. He was originally an extremely handsome demon king, but after this scar appeared, his handsomeness was destroyed, leaving only a hideous expression. He firmly remembered this debt in his heart, thinking that one day, he would take revenge. He would capture that girl called Ji Yao, and make her cry and beg for mercy under his crotch. He would make her suffer so much that she would wish she was dead. Then, he would tear off her flesh bit by bit, and eat her until there was nothing left. Chapter 3601. However, Ice Heart Valley's disciples were few in number, and the battlefield was so wide, so he had never seen anyone from Ice Heart Valley since then. However, he didn't expect to encounter them this time. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them. He could clearly see that there were more than a dozen of her fellow disciples beside the mature beauty, all of them wearing the same robes and using the same secret techniques. Now I can collect some interest. A heartfelt smile appeared on the sand demon's face. There was a soft sound, followed by a bone-piercing coldness. When the aura of death enveloped the sand demon, all the hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively dove downwards, trying to escape into the ground. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was certain he had been attacked. As he fell, the sand demon had time to investigate the situation, and when he looked towards the source of the sound, a look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that his colleague, who had been standing with him and chatting with him just a moment ago, had been cut in half by an inexplicable attack. The wound was flat, and pitch-black blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was still blank, as if he hadn't realized what had happened. Secretly, the sand demon rejoiced that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a similar fate. However, before he could even think about this though, the sand demon's pupils shrank as he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, causing the demonic chi in his body to be unable to circulate properly. Falling to the ground, the sand demon was unable to successfully escape underground. Looking down, he saw blood oozing out of his chest, and a burst of great force that sent half of his body flying into the air. So, I also suffered a calamity. The sand demon's upper body was sent flying while his lower body landed on the ground. While the sand demon's vision was spinning, he saw a figure suddenly rush into the battlefield. A high-ranked demon king. The person who had just arrived was a high-ranked demon king with a rich and pure demonic chi. He didn't seem to be very old, but his eyebrows were sharp like swords, and his eyes flashed like lightning. Holding an excessively large sword in his hand, this demon king spun around like a whirlwind. Wherever the sword passed, the demon race cultivators were thrown into disarray. Hundreds of demon race cultivators were unable to withstand a single blow, and wherever the sword pointed, one demon race cultivator after another exploded into a bloody mist. Not even their bones were left behind, and the crackling sounds of explosions were as dense as beans being fried. With such strong support, the human race cultivator trapped in the middle was both surprised and overjoyed, all of them rushing forward to assist in killing the enemy, the light of their artifacts and secret techniques also brightening. The demon race was powerless to resist. In just 10 breaths of time, all the demon race members gathered on the periphery were wiped out. It was only at this moment that the lightning-like figure finally stabilized. He stood in front of the sand devil with the myriad sword on his shoulder and looked down. The sand demon was not dead. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. The sand demon was a demon king, so it was impossible for him to only cultivate a single demon heart. Even if he was cut in half, he would still be able to live. If he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to recover. Not only was this sand demon not dead, the demon king from before was also not dead, but his yuan chi was severely injured. For eyes met, the sand demon was puzzled. Why? He could not understand why this high-ranked demon king would attack his own people without saying a word. There had always been traitors on the human race's side. So when did the demon race have a traitor? Moreover, it was a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai grinned at him and slashed down with the myriad sword, directly killing him without leaving behind a corpse. Following the same pattern, the other demon king who was struggling at death's door was also unable to escape, quickly following in the footsteps of the sand demon. After dealing with the two demon kings, Yang Kai turned around and smiled to the hundreds of people behind him. Are you all right? There were no tears of gratitude or cheers as he had expected. On the contrary, these hundreds of people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. The leader of the group, the Emperor Realm, wore a look of vigilance, secretly circulating his emperor chi, as the sword intent on the artifact in his hand pulsed, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Yang Kai turn around, the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm even gulped nervously before shouting, "Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his gaze away from the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm to a mature beauty beside him. Fan Xan? After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could not recognize her, but he was sure that he remembered correctly. She was Fan Xian. Back when Bing Yin was trapped in the solitary void ocean for 3,000 years and established Ice Heart Pavilion, Fan Xian was a deacon recruited by Bing Yin in the solitary void ocean. Later, after escaping from the solitary void ocean, Fan Xian and Lu Xianyin were accepted by Bing Yin into Ice Heart Valley. At that time, Fan Xian was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and now she was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although her realm had not changed, her source chi was undoubtedly much more vigorous. Yang Kai's vision was not bad now, and could see that she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor realm required secluded meditation. Now that the war of the two realms was in full swing, how could she have the time to do so? This time, if it were not for Yang Kai descending from the heavens, her fate would have been dire. Hearing Yang Kai call out her name, Fan Xian could not help but be startled. If he recognized her, then he was definitely someone who knew her. Moreover, Yang Kai's figure gave her a familiar feeling, and his voice was also very familiar. A name immediately popped into her mind, but she still could not believe it and asked tentatively, "You are?" Only then did Yang Kai remember that his demonic chi was covering his body, so his face was a little blurred. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to see his true appearance, so he quickly dispersed his demonic chi and revealed his true face, smiling, "It's me, Brother Yang." Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed. A few of the dozen or so people around her also exclaimed softly, obviously recognizing Yang Kai. There was no way they wouldn't recognize him. When Yang Kai was in the Northern Territory, he frequently visited Ice Heart Valley. From time to time, he would visit Ice Heart Valley. So many people had seen him and knew that he and the ancestral founder's last disciple, Su Yan, were husband and wife. Pleasantly surprised, Fan Xian was about to step forward to speak, but the leader of the group from the Emperor realm blocked her with his sword and shouted, "Wait!" Yang Kai glanced at the Emperor realm, but he did not get angry. After a moment, he understood why the other party was so vigilant. It was none other than the ferocious demonic chi he released just now, which was no different from the demon race. It was inevitable that the other party would be vigilant. If it were Yang Kai in this situation, he would also be vigilant, let alone the other party. For eyes met, and Yang Kai gave him a friendly smile. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, since they were fighting the demon race together, he was a comrade. Just now, he had not begged for mercy, and had even defended his companions. It was clear that he was a man worthy of respect. Who is this person? Does Fan Right Guard recognize him? The leader of the Emperor realm stared at Yang Kai, while quietly sending a message to Fan Xian. Fan Xian was about to tell the truth, but she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai's current identity in the star boundary was a bit strange, so she did not know how to answer. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai was hunted down by the Iron Blood Great Emperor in Li Wui. He was a traitor who had betrayed the star boundary. At the time, this matter caused a great uproar, and everyone in the star boundary knew about it. Because of this matter, the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had closed its mountain range, and no disciples of the High Heaven Palace had been seen during the War of the Two Worlds. Just as she was in a dilemma, Yang Kai's voice sounded in her ear. "It's fine. Just answer whatever he asks. When I come back this time, I will meet the great emperors." Fan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Kai dared to meet the great emperors, he must have something to rely on. When the news of Yang Kai betraying the star boundary spread, no matter what the other sects thought, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt that there must be some inside story. Now it seemed that there was indeed some inside story. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have the courage to come back and meet the great emperors? With Yang Kai's permission, Fan Xian told the truth about his identity. The leader of the Emperor realm immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Thinking of the power Yang Kai had just shown, he thought that the rumors were true. A few years ago, he had heard that the famous palace master of High Heaven Palace had become the demon race and betrayed the star boundary. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. If he had not become the demon race, how could he have such a demonic chi? This was a bit difficult to deal with. The other party's life-saving grace was undeniable, but he was also a demon. The leader of the Emperor realm didn't know what attitude he should use to deal with Yang Kai, but soon he figured it out. Judging by the means Yang Kai had used to kill the demon race, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. No matter how vigilant they were, it would be useless. Since he only killed the demon race and didn't hurt the human race, it seemed that he still cared about the star boundary. Thinking so, the leader of the Emperor realm immediately cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. This old man is 100 Lotus Mountains Mountain Master Han Jingqing. On behalf of everyone, I thank Palace Master Yang for his life-saving grace." Yang Kai smiled and returned the gesture. "It was nothing. Mountain Master Han is too polite." Han Jingqing nodded lightly. "We still have military affairs to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay. We will take our leave now." Saying so, he turned to leave with the several hundred human race members. It was a fact that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary, and the High Heaven Palace had sealed off their mountains because of him. Even though he was indebted to Yang Kai for saving his life, Han Jingqing didn't want to have too much to do with him. At most, when they met on the battlefield in the future, he would find an opportunity to return the favor. Fan Xian saw this and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Han Jingqing glared at her, and she shut her mouth before she could say anything. She could only look apologetically at Yang Kai. If it were any other time, she could have defended Yang Kai. But on the battlefield, they had to follow military orders, and Han Jingqing was the leader of this group of human race members. No one could disobey his orders, or they would be punished according to military law. Yang Kai smiled. "If Mountain Master Han wants to go that way, I'm afraid you won't be able to." After taking a few steps, Han Jingqing stopped and looked back. "What is it? Does Palace Master Yang have any other orders? If you do, please speak frankly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the star boundary, or harm our star boundary compatriots, this Han is willing to go through water and tread on fire." A life-saving grace was a life-saving grace, and a righteous cause was a righteous cause. Although Han Jingqing's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, he could clearly distinguish between the two. Chapter 3602. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Mountain Master Han misunderstands. I didn't say no because I wanted to instruct you, but because there are about 10,000 demon race soldiers, 2,000 kilometers away. If Mountain Master Han were to go there, it would be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap." 2,000 kilometers away? Han Jingqing couldn't help but have a strange expression when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai with more vigilance. He didn't know what Yang Kai's current cultivation was, but it was said that this High Heaven Palace Master was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master when he betrayed the star boundary. Now that a few years had passed, he was at most a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. As for a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, how could he spy on the situation 2,000 kilometers away? Taking a step back, even if he could spy on the situation, how could he find out such a detailed number like 10,000? How powerful would his divine sense be to do that? Perhaps only those fake emperors were qualified to do so, right? So when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 10,000 demon race, 2,000 kilometers away, Han Jingqing's first reaction was that this Palace Master Yang was exaggerating. If it were any other time, he would have ridiculed him. But now that he had just received a life-saving grace, even if Han Jingqing didn't take it seriously, he was too embarrassed to speak ill of him. So he just cupped his fists and said indifferently, "Many thanks for the reminder, Palace Master Yang. Farewell." Saying so, he led the hundreds of people gathered around him and turned to leave. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, and whether there was really a 10,000 demon race over there, he had to go in that direction because that was their goal. Before they left, Han Jingqing's divine sense surged as he passed down orders one after another. Hundreds of people quickly got into formation, taking care of each other from head to tail. In this way, even if they encountered an enemy, they could quickly set up a military formation to resist. But before he could walk far, Han Jingqing frowned and looked back, only to see Palace Master Yang Kai 1,000 meters behind the team, his hands clasped behind his back, following them at a leisurely pace. Seeing him look over, Yang Kai smiled at him and nodded slightly, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. You go your way, I'll go mine. Han Jingqing showed a displeased look. He felt that his attitude was already very clear, but he didn't expect this Palace Master Yang to not have the slightest demeanor of a palace master, and actually play the trick of tailing them. Immediately he ordered them to speed up, but who would have thought that even though they were fast, Yang Kai was also fast. While they were slow, Yang Kai was also slow. From beginning to end, they were still 1,000 feet behind. Since they couldn't get rid of him, they could only let him be. The strength that Yang Kai had displayed before was really impressive. A team of a few hundred people was nothing in his eyes. If they really went back to question him and angered him, they wouldn't have a good ending. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai, who was following behind him, was also feeling very helpless. On the way back, since they had encountered a group of scattered human race soldiers, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore them. Not to mention the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley disciples and Fan Xian he knew. Even if these people were all strangers, Yang Kai still had to protect them. He was heading south, and they were also heading south. Obviously, they were returning to the human race army's encampment, so it was only a slight delay. Moreover, while they couldn't perceive anything, Yang Kai could clearly sense that within a 10,000-kilometer radius, not only were there scattered human race soldiers, but there were also many from the demon race. Han Jingqing's group wouldn't have a good ending if they ran into any of these groups. After traveling less than 100 kilometers, Han Jingqing suddenly frowned and glanced back with a dignified expression, because he had just noticed that Yang Kai's divine sense had suddenly surged. He didn't know if Yang Kai was investigating something, but that divine sense fluctuation wasn't obvious, nor was it subtle. It was just within the range that he could perceive. Seeing his expression change, Fan Xian, who was beside him, asked, Master Han, what is it? Han Jingqing didn't explain, just slowly shaking his head and saying, Pass down the order, be careful. He didn't know what Yang Kai's divine sense was transmitting to the outside world, but he could only do his own thing. Fan Xian nodded and passed down Han Jingqing's orders. After traveling another 30 kilometers, Han Jingqing suddenly stopped and raised his hand, causing the hundreds of people behind him to immediately stabilize themselves. Prepare for battle. As soon as Han Jingqing shouted, the hundreds of people behind him immediately lit up and summoned their artifacts. Small teams began to move in an orderly manner, and in an instant, a military formation had been formed. The auras of the hundreds of people had almost merged into one, and the eye of the formation was where Han Jingqing was. Moreover, this military formation was not a dead one, but a living one, the kind that could be changed at will. With the help of this military formation, Han Jingqing's momentum, which had originally been somewhat sluggish due to his injuries, suddenly improved greatly. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai stood in place while stroking his chin, watching with great interest. After not returning for a few years, he had only heard a few words about the war between the two realms from others, so he naturally didn't know the specific situation in the star boundary. Now that he saw this military formation, he realized that the cultivator in the star boundary had completely adapted to the rhythm of the war. For a team of hundreds of people to be able to arrange themselves so quickly, they must have long been familiar with it. They must have done this kind of strategy countless times before, allowing them to be so familiar with it. A gentle breeze blew, and a murderous aura filled the air. The auras of the hundreds of people were closely connected, waiting for the enemy to show themselves so they could deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, Han Jingqing let out a light sigh and shouted in a certain direction. 3rd Left Guard Han Jingqing of the Bingchen Army's 9th town. Who are you? As soon as his voice fell, a vague figure using a secret technique slowly appeared 10 kilometers away, and an excited voice called out, Is that Han Zhuowei? The newcomer obviously knew Han Jingqing. After hearing the other party's voice, Han Jingqing also reacted. Is that Lu Yue? It is indeed this Lu. A loud laugh filled with joy rang out. That person quickly rushed towards Han Jingqing and the others. When he got close, a burly man appeared in everyone's eyes. This burly man was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was his enemy's. There were many wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, he seemed to be completely fine. His entire body exuded a valiant aura. Seeing that it was one of his own people, Han Jingqing waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. However, Han Jingqing himself did not relax his vigilance and simply stretched out his hand. Please forgive Lu Yue. On the battlefield, everything must be done according to the rules. This Lu understands. Lu Yue obviously knew what the rules were, and immediately stretched out his hand to shake Han Jingqing's. In the next moment, the two circulated their qi to check each other's condition. After checking and confirming that there was no demonic qi in the other party's body, Han Jingqing breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, asking, Where are your people? Lu Yue raised his thumb and pointed behind him. 100 kilometers away. This Lu came to check the situation first. I'll call them over. Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and poured information into it with his divine sense. Han Jingqing's face lit up with joy as he asked, How many people do you have left? Lu Yue's expression dimmed when he heard this. Looking at the people behind Han Jingqing, he said, It's about the same as Master Han's side. How is the situation on Master's side? Han Jingqing looked back and forced a smile. When we broke out of the encirclement, there were originally more than 500 people following us, but now there are only a few left. Lu Yue showed a look of admiration when he heard this. Master Han is really amazing to be able to protect more than half of your 500 people. Our side, on the other hand, has more than 1,000 people. Let's not talk about it. Han Jingqing smiled bitterly. Previously, when they were surrounded by the demon race, if it weren't for Palace Master Yang's divine intervention, they would have been completely wiped out by now. He knew that this had nothing to do with him, but it was not convenient to explain anything at this time. However, if he could reunite with Lu Yue's people now, he would have more means to protect himself. After all, there was still a few thousand kilometers to go before they reached their destination. Along the way, there would likely be thorns at every step. So how many people could return safely? The other side was still 100 kilometers away, so it would take some time for them to arrive. Han Jingqing and Lu Yue discussed for a while before moving to a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. While waiting for reinforcements, they could also restore themselves. While they were recovering, Lu Yue suddenly came to Han Jingqing's side and pointed in a certain direction curiously. Master Han, that person over there is. Along the way, he had already noticed that there was a person following behind the group about 1,000 meters away. This person had a dignified appearance and was quite young, but he gave off an unfathomable aura. If one said that this person was one of their own, he would be following them from a distance. But if one said that this person was an enemy, he did not show the slightest hostility. Even when Lu Yue pointed at him, that person showed a faint smile. Han Jingqing shook his head, seemingly not wanting to talk about this person. Lu Yue shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything more. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Han Jingqing, and before the battle, he had to carefully greet Han Jingqing. In terms of status in the army, he was also inferior to Han Jingqing. So since the other party did not want to talk about it, he naturally did not ask. But that person should be one of our own, right? When he turned his head, he saw Fan Yue walk up to the young man and give him some water to drink before smiling apologetically and saying something, to which the young man simply waved his hand. Facing this situation, Han Jingqing only frowned slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Han Jingqing suddenly raised his brow and shouted, Someone's coming! Lu Yue was startled. Not so fast. Master sent a message saying that it would take another half an hour before he would arrive. It's not one of your people. Han Jingqing stood up and blew lightly. The several hundred people who were meditating immediately stood up and gathered around Han Zhengqing. 20 breaths later, the previous army formation was formed again, filling the air with a thick murderous aura. After an incense stick worth of time, several dozen people appeared in front of Han Zhengqing, some of them missing arms and legs. These people were not from the demon race, but from the human race, just like Han Zhengqing, Lu Yue, and the others. They were all stragglers scattered nearby. Chapter 3603. Since they weren't enemies, then everything was fine. This group of people had already been completely crippled, and only a few dozen of them were left. He directly incorporated them into his third guard. The injured were recuperating, while the exhausted were recuperating. While waiting, another group of people arrived. These were all the human teams that had been scattered by the demon race. They successfully gathered together, and in addition to the few dozen people from before, their numbers had increased by around 200 to 300. Although there were no experts among them, their ability to protect themselves had increased by another level. At this time, Han Zhengqing also felt that something was amiss. It didn't make sense that his team was like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting the humans from all around. Furthermore, each and every one of them was able to accurately locate his position. Since his team hadn't made any mistakes, then there must be another reason. Han Zhengqing immediately found Lu Yue, who was meditating and recuperating. He asked, "How did you find us?" Lu Yue looked at him suspiciously. "Wasn't Master Han the one who transmitted your whereabouts to us?" Han Zhengqing shook his head. Lu Yue scratched his head. "That's strange. We were originally hiding in a mountain valley, when my master suddenly heard someone transmit a message to him, saying that Master Han was here, and asked us to quickly meet up with him. Master didn't know whether it was true or not, so he sent Lu Yue to scout the situation." After saying this, he added, "Was it really not Master Han?" Han Zhengqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I have a general idea of what happened. You should focus on recuperating." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the other two teams that had just arrived. After asking around, those two teams gave the same explanation as Lu Yue. However, they were originally hiding from the demon race when they suddenly received a transmission informing them of the position of Han Zhengqing's team. Then, they brought their men and horses to meet up with them. Along the way, that person even pointed out the route several times, taking several detours to avoid the demon race's army. After a while, Han Zhengqing walked step by step towards Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and smiled at him. "Is there something you need, Mountain Lord Han?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to thank Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he bowed deeply. Yang Kai smiled. "It's my duty. It's nothing." Han Zhengqing didn't say what he was thanking for, and Yang Kai didn't deny it either. Everyone knew that Lu Yue and the two incomplete teams were only able to find Han Zhengqing because of Yang Kai's secret instructions. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a group of stragglers to find their own people in this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of miles? If they were to run around randomly, they would probably be killed by the enemy before they could find their own people. "Would you like to ask Palace Master Yang if there are any other teams coming over?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Other than Lu Yue's group, there is no one else for the time being. They will arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Han Zhengqing nodded and cupped his fists again. "I'll have to trouble Palace Master Yang again if on the way." "Don't worry, I'll let them meet up with you." Yang Kai smiled, knowing what he was going to say. Han Zhengqing carefully studied him for a while, then bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you." Returning to the team, Han Zhengqing found Fan Xian and whispered a few words to her. Fan Xian smiled and nodded. A moment later, Fan Xian gracefully walked over and smiled sweetly. "Brother Yang, is there something you need?" Yang Kai looked at her. Fan Xian shook her head. "Nothing. Master Han told me to come with you." Smiling, Kai Yang nodded. "That's good." Han Zhengqing hadn't yet cleared his name as a traitor, so Han Zhengqing didn't feel comfortable working with him. However, Han Zhengqing was grateful for what he'd done for him, which was why he'd invited Fan Xian, who he knew well, to come over. Han Zhengqing was a bit old-fashioned, but he wasn't pedantic. It just so happened that Yang Kai had many things to ask, so he had Fan Xian sit down and ask her in detail. He learned that the High Heaven Palace had closed its doors after he left, and that the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. Those who didn't know the truth would think that the High Heaven Palace was alienated because Yang Kai had become the demon race. Yang Kai, however, knew that the great emperors were protecting his sect. This was what they had agreed on back then. After all, he had become the demon race's traitor and become a sinner of the star boundary. If the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were to come out, they would definitely be condemned by the public. It might even cause some unnecessary conflicts. Rather than that, it was better to use the excuse of closing the door to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Everyone thought that the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. But only a few people knew that the High Heaven Palace didn't. There were indeed no traces of High Heaven Palace disciples on the battlefield, but the High Heaven Palace contributed to the supplies consumed in the war. In the past few years, under the supervision of the great emperors, the alchemists and artifact refiners of the star boundary were secretly sent to the High Heaven Palace. In such a large sect, the alchemy and artifact refiners were operating 24 hours a day. Every day, a large number of spirit pills and artifacts were produced, and then secretly sent to the front lines. The High Heaven Palace provided almost half of the spirit pills and artifacts on the battlefield. It could be said that the High Heaven Palace was now the largest logistics base in the star boundary. However, there were no more than 100 people in the star boundary who knew about this. Even Fan Xian didn't know about this. Only Bing Yin and Su Yan from Ice Heart Valley knew about this. In addition, the High Heaven Palace was also a training base for wizard. In the past few years, there were people who were selected and sent to the High Heaven Palace every year to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to gain experience. Many of them were ancient wizards who came to the front lines of the battlefield. The light of wizard techniques once again bloomed in this world after a few epochs. This matter had been in operation before Yang Kai left, and had long been in the standard. Now in the Star Boundaries army, the ratio of wizard techniques was almost 1 in 100. Although 90% of them were wizard apprentices, and there were very few great wizards, it was better than nothing. Relying on the witchcraft from ancient times, relying on the life chain and bloodthirst, these two weapons of war, the astral boundary was always able to contend against the demon race despite being outnumbered. Knowing this, Yang Kai was very gratified. Having seen the vast territory of the demon territory, and the large population of the demon race, Yang Kai knew how cruel this war was. Now that the star boundary was not without resistance, he was naturally gratified. While the two were talking, Lu Yue's team came to meet up. Just as Lu Yue said, there were less than 300 people left in the team, but there was one from the Emperor realm among them. As a result, the number of people here suddenly increased to nearly 1,000, and their strength increased greatly. What made Han Zhengqing even happier was that there was a wizard and a few wizards in the team. If they added in the original wizard in the team, they could join forces to use the secret technique, life chain, at a critical moment. Since they had already met up, they naturally had to set off quickly to avoid any unexpected problems. The military had always been swift and decisive. After organizing the team of nearly 1,000 people immediately set off. Yang Kai was still following behind the team, and Fan Xian was walking with him, looking a bit unconventional. The newcomers also noticed this, and after asking Han Zhengqing why, they all sucked in a cold breath. No one would have thought that the High Heaven Palace master, who had become the demon race's traitor a few years ago, would actually come back and save Han Zhengqing and the others from the demon race's encirclement. Furthermore, he even sent a message to them to meet up with him. If it were any other time, these people would naturally come over to thank Yang Kai, but they didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so they naturally didn't dare to approach him. They only nodded at him from afar. "Right, where are you going? Why are there so many stragglers along the way?" Yang Kai asked as he walked. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and replied, We've been separated. A month ago, our Bingtian army had a great battle with the demon race legion. After fighting for more than 10 days, we were accidentally separated from the main army and ended up wandering outside. I think the same is true for the others. Bingtian army? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he heard Han Jingqing and Lu Yue introduce themselves, he was a bit curious. Now, he naturally had to ask more carefully. Has a legion been established in the astral boundary? Yes, it was 4 years ago. The demon race legion has a clear structure, strict hierarchy, and extremely good at fighting. Our astral boundary naturally can't be a sheet of loose sand. 4 years ago, under the leadership of the great emperors, we imitated the demon race legion and established a legion, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Little by little we expanded. Today we have 54 legions. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had previously borrowed 500,000 proud snow ice guards from Liemo and had been with them for a year, so he was naturally familiar with their structure. Who can be the legion commander? Fan Xian replied. A false emperor, or a sect master of a top sect. Then who is the legion commander of the Bingtian army? Do I know her? Fan Xian smiled and said, It's honored master. Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected the legion commander of the Bingtian army to be Bing Yin. However, with Bing Yin's third-order emperor realm cultivation, it seemed a bit difficult for her to be the legion commander. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but Yang Kai knew that the legion commanders of the demon race legion were basically all half-saint realm cultivators. Right, I forgot to mention, Honored Master broke through in a bloody battle 3 years ago and advanced her cultivation by a minor realm. Fan Xian smiled like a flower, her face full of pride. If the ancestral founder was strong, the sect would be strong. And if the sect was strong, the disciples would be strong and vice versa. After entering Ice Heart Valley, one's body and mind were connected to the sect. Yang Kai immediately showed a look of joy when he heard this. Then I must congratulate Senior Bing Yin properly. Advancing to a minor realm was the false emperor realm and half-saint realm. Bing Yin was the same as him, coming from the Hung Luo star field, so there was a sense of familiarity between them. Now that Su Yin was Bing Yin's disciple and Bing Yin had broken through to the false emperor realm, Yang Kai also felt proud. Bing Yin had been stuck in the third-order emperor realm for too long. Before she was trapped in the solitary void sea, she was already a third-order emperor realm master. After 3,000 years in the solitary void sea, her cultivation hadn't improved at all, so it was only natural that she would break through today. Chapter 3604. Are all Ice Heart Valley's disciples in the Bingtian army now? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Fan Xian nodded before suddenly smiling and whispering. Senior Sister Ji Yao is now the third town chief of the Bingtian army. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That's good, that's good. Fan Xian continued. Senior Sister Ji Yao is now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. Ji Yao's situation was similar to Bing Yin's. After Bing Yin disappeared for no reason, Ji Yao went out to look for her. But after breaking into the Eastern Territory's ancient wild lands, she was attacked by the aura of the Great Desolate Aura, causing her to become delirious. She stayed in the ancient wild lands for countless years, the flowing time Great Emperor. If Yang Kai hadn't found her by chance and brought her out, she would still be in chaos. In the ancient wild lands, her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know how to cultivate, causing her cultivation to stagnate. However, the aura of the Great Desolate Aura was constantly tempering her foundation. After escaping from the ancient wild lands and regaining her consciousness, her spirit and body had been sublimated. After many bloody battles, she naturally made breakthroughs. Bing Yin and Ji Yao weren't the only ones who made progress in their cultivation. Fighting on the battlefield was the best way to temper one's mind and stimulate one's potential, allowing one to break through the barrier between life and death. The War of Two Realms had caused countless casualties in the Star Boundaries cultivator, but under the Great Waves, those with good aptitude and luck had all benefited. Not only did the martial Tao of this great world not wither away, but it also flourished. When had Yang Kai's cultivation ever been achieved through hard meditation? Since he started cultivating, how many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he managed to turn misfortune into blessings? Every time he struggled on the edge of life and death, he was baptized and reborn. If he had really focused on cultivating behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. How is the army in the Star Boundary organized? Tell me about it. Since he was in a hurry and had nothing to do, Yang Kai naturally wanted to learn more about the situation in the Star Boundary. Fan Xian told him everything she knew. Others did not dare to confide in Yang Kai because he had become the demon race's traitor. But how could Ice Heart Valley's disciples be on guard against him? Back then, when Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, if not for Yang Kai's efforts to turn the tide, Ice Heart Valley would have long since disappeared. The legions in the astral plane were built to imitate those in the demon territory, so their organizational structure was naturally similar. Each of the 54 legions had at least 1 million soldiers. The largest legion had 5 million soldiers, which was almost 5 times the size of an ordinary legion. Under the legion commander was a town with 100,000 people, led by a third-order Emperor Realm or second-order Emperor Realm commander. Under the commander were the guards, each of which had 10,000 people. Under the guards were the squadrons. Basically, those who could become the left guard were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Han Jingqing was one of them. The squad in front of him was the third guard of the 9th town of the Bingtian army. And Han Jingqing was the left guard captain of the third guard, a first-order Emperor Realm master. Fan Xian's cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source Realm, so she was the left guard captain, which was equivalent to Han Jingqing's deputy. Her status in the Bingtian army was equal to Lu Yue. As for the squadrons, they were all at the Dao Source Realm. What about Senior Li Wuyi? Yang Kai suddenly thought of someone. He remembered that when he left the Star Boundary, Li Wuyi was in charge of the overall situation here. Firstly, he was recognized as the strongest person below the Great Emperor, and was very powerful. Secondly, he was from Spirit Beast Island, and had an extraordinary background, so his prestige was enough to convince the masses. Fan Xian smiled. Senior Li is the Legion commander of the Jiazi army, but he is also in charge of the other Legion commanders. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Li Wuyi was still the same Li Wuyi, and he was still in charge of the war here in the Star Boundary. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and reached out. When he opened his palm, there was a jade slip in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, then smiled at Fan Xian. Just as I said. It was impossible for a jade slip to appear out of thin air. Before the jade slip appeared, the space spirit bead on Yang Kai's wrist reacted. It was Li Wuyi who sent the jade slip over. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. Come and see me. It didn't say where to go, because there was no need to. The two of them had each other's space spirit bead. So as long as the other was still in the Star Boundary, they could reach each other with just a thought. However, Li Wuyi was tied up with military affairs and couldn't leave his station. So he sent Yang Kai to see him. It hadn't been long since he returned to the Star Boundary, but Li Wuyi already knew. Yang Kai looked up thoughtfully at Han Jingqing in front of him. Fan Xian seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained. Every left guard captain has a space spirit bead that connects to the 7 Mist Sea. It was given to them by Master Li. Oh, the 7 Mist Sea is a very strange place in the Western Territory. It is currently the place where the Jiazi army is stationed. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Since Han Jingqing had the space spirit bead, then he should be able to contact Li Wuyi and report to him. Otherwise, Li Wuyi wouldn't have sent him a message at this time. Master Li, what did he say? Fan Xian asked nervously. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Valley believed in Yang Kai's character and temperament, the incident back then was too big. It could be seen from Han Jingqing and the others' attitude towards Yang Kai. Even though he had saved their lives, they were still wary of him. If even Han Jingqing was like this, then what about the others? Li Wuyi had chased after Yang Kai in the past. Fan Xian was naturally worried that Yang Kai would be caught by Li Wuyi as soon as he came back. How could she know that what happened back then was just a show? A show that Yang Kai didn't hesitate to ruin his reputation for Ru Meng. Senior told me to find time to go to the Seven Mist Sea. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his attitude relaxed. Seeing him like this, Fan Xian also felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, if Li Wuyi really wanted to capture Yang Kai, he would have been able to reach this place immediately. After all, with the help of the Void Spirit Bead, his mobility was far greater than before. Since Li Wuyi didn't come, and instead just sent a jade slip, it was enough to show his attitude. While talking to Fan Xian, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it before raising his hand and sending it into the void. At the same time, several 100,000 miles away, in a large hall, several hundred people were sitting on the ground. There were both men and women, and their cultivations weren't very high. However, in front of each of them were dozens to hundreds of space spirit beads. From time to time, there would be weak space fluctuations, followed by jade slips flying through the air. These men and women reached out and grabbed the jade slips. Immediately, someone came to them with a jade plate and took back the jade slips. Then, without stopping, they sent them to a secret room directly above the hall. There was also someone waiting in the secret room. After receiving the jade slips and decrypting them, they recorded the information inside and sent it away. In this way, all the information gathered from all directions was gathered in one place, where Li Wuyi was. This hall was almost equivalent to the military camp of the Star Boundary Army, and it was responsible for collecting information about the situation of the battle. Li Wuyi only needed to sit here, and he could understand the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield at any time. And with coordination, he could calmly deal with the various forces of the demon race. Inside the room, there was a huge sand table that almost covered the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield, from mountains and rivers to streams. Corresponding signs could be found on this sand table. In front of the sand table, one was handsome, and the other was charming and seductive. Li Wuyi and Jiufeng waited quietly. Weak spatial fluctuations fluctuated, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Before Li Wuyi could reach out to grab it, Jiufeng had already made the first move and grabbed the jade slip in her hand. Li Wuyi looked at her helplessly. After a long while, Jiufeng pursed her lips and smiled. "This brat. What do you mean?" Li Wuyi asked. "He's with the people of the Bingshan Army's 9th town. He's going to send them back to their encampment." 9th town? Li Wuyi thought for a moment, and quickly remembered who the 9th town belonged to. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence. We ran into Bing Yun's people as soon as we came back." Jiufeng pointed at the sand table and said, "They should be here." Li Wuyi looked at the sand table and pointed in front of him. "There are more than 10,000 people of the demon race blocking the way in another 1,000 miles. I can go and help." Jiufeng looked excited. "Don't give me that." Li Wuyi snorted coldly. "Stay here and don't go anywhere." Jiufeng asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? If something really happens to him, let's see how you explain it to the little princess. Or, are you going to use the beast guards?" Li Wuyi immediately curled his lips and said, "What can happen to him? He is very lucky. As for the beast guards, they are all sent out. In the last battle, the Bingshan army was scattered and many people need to be rescued. How can we send out people? Don't worry, it's just 10,000 people." How could Jiufeng not know? It was just a trivial 10,000 people, so they shouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. She was just too bored here, and wanted to take the opportunity to go out for a walk. Who knew that Li Wuyi wouldn't give her the chance at all? After all, Li Wuyi occasionally had to make an emergency move. If he left, someone had to guard this place. This was the core of the entire astral boundary. If it was really attacked and caused losses, the entire astral boundary would be blind and deaf. Beast guards? Yang Kai raised his brow. Just now, when Fan Xian mentioned the candidates for the various corps commanders, he knew that the 3 from the ancient wildlands, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and even Li Jiao had all become corps commanders. When he heard about the beast guards, he couldn't help but be surprised. They are people from Spirit Beast Island. All of them are second-order Emperor Realm Masters or above. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or so. They are mainly responsible for rescuing people. For example, in our current situation, Master Li Wuyi will usually send a beast guard to join us, and then lead us back to the encirclement. Yang Kai understood and nodded lightly. With the Space Spirit Bead, it was indeed easy for the beast guards to arrive here. A second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master would be of great help to this team. With such a master leading them, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would greatly increase. Chapter 3605. Refining the Space Spirit Bead was not too difficult. As long as one had enough quality Space Spirit Jades, both Yang Kai and Li Wuyi could refine them in large quantities. Yang Kai had already refined a lot of them in the demon territory and scattered them across the various continents. This time, after escaping from the demon territory and returning to the astral boundary, he had saved a lot of time thanks to his previous arrangements. However, while the Space Spirit Bead was convenient, it also had many unavoidable drawbacks. One of its characteristics was that it was one-to-one. A single Space Spirit Bead was useless. Only a pair of Space Spirit Beads could connect to each other. That was why the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department had several hundred people in charge of gathering intelligence. Everyone had a large number of Space Spirit Beads in front of them. Han Zhengqing had 2 Space Spirit Beads on him. One was used to contact the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department, while the other was used to connect to the Beast Guard. The second drawback of the Space Spirit Bead was even more obvious. Anyone could use it. There was no need to cultivate the power of space, or be proficient in the law of space. One only needed to activate the bead with their own cultivation. As a result, there was a problem. Once the Space Spirit Bead was seized by the demon race, the demon race could use the Space Spirit Bead to cross the barrier of space and arrive at the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department in an instant. Even if that was not the case, they could use the Space Spirit Bead to spread some false information and distract the astral boundary's attention. They could even directly attack a beast guard. In the past few years, a large number of Space Spirit Beads had been lost to the outside world. In the beginning, the demon race had indeed used the drawbacks of the Space Spirit Bead to do some things, causing the astral boundary to suffer a lot of losses. However, Li Wuyi was Li Wuyi after all. After realizing this, he immediately made changes to the Space Spirit Bead. All the Space Spirit Beads that were sent out were specially refined. Take the 2 Space Spirit Beads that Han Zhengqing carried with him as an example. The one that was connected to the Seven Fog Sea could only transmit jade slips, not live people. Meanwhile, the one that was connected to the Beast Guard had completely lost its teleportation function. It was now equivalent to a spatial coordinate that moved along with Han Zhengqing, unilaterally accepting the Beast Guard's teleportation. Coupled with the promotion of various encryption methods and decryption methods, the turmoil caused by the Space Spirit Bead gradually subsided. And in recent years, the existence of the Space Spirit Bead had become a weapon of war for the astral boundary. Information from all sides could be transmitted to the Seven Mist Sea at any time, and the Beast Guards could also be dispatched at any time to rescue those teams that were left behind. This greatly reduced the losses of the astral boundary. Logically speaking, Han Zhengqing's guard needed to be rescued by the Beast Guards, but since Yang Kai had appeared and Li Wuyi could not send more people, this matter was naturally handed over to Yang Kai. Just as Li Wuyi had said, a mere 10,000 people could not possibly stop Yang Kai's path, right? As they traveled south, Yang Kai gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the astral boundary's situation, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. War made people grow, and war made the entire world grow. 54 legions, each representing an army of 1,000,000, each commanded by at least a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, with dozens of subordinates in the Emperor Realm under their command. Yang Kai had never thought that the astral boundary would have such a force. Yang Kai had been in the astral boundary for a long time, and he had traveled extensively, so he had seen many things. But now, It seemed that the astral boundary he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. This was the astral boundary's bearing, the foundation of a great world. It was not difficult to imagine that many of the masters in the Emperor realm were strange people, hidden experts. As the smoke of war engulfed the astral boundary, these hidden experts came out of their seclusion and joined the astral boundary's army, gathering sand to form a tower, converging into the sea. What is the demonic path? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. As soon as this question came out, Fan Xian's face sank slightly, revealing a look of disdain. A bunch of trash and scum. Previously, when Yang Kai appeared in front of Han Zhongqing and the others, Han Zhongqing had looked at Yang Kai and called out the 3 words demonic path. At that time, Yang Kai did not ask about it in detail. After all, at that time his identity was a problem, so it was pointless to ask. Now that he thought about it, he naturally wanted to find out more. However, although he did not know what the demonic path was, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the demon race. Now that he saw Fan Xian's reaction, he knew that his guess was right. Fan Xian's personality was not bad, and she was even a woman. But when Yang Kai asked about the demonic path, she did not even hesitate to call them scum and trash. It was clear that the demonic path was an existence that people hated to the core. The demonic path was a group of people that had only appeared in the astral boundary in recent years, and they were also a group of forces. They originated from the Assassin Hall in the Western Territory. Before the outbreak of the war between the 2 worlds, the Assassin Hall had already been secretly preparing for the demon race's invasion, and they had even recruited many people. These people were hiding all over the astral boundary, and many of them were even fake emperors. When Yao Lin, Li Shiqing, and the others were captured, it was the demonic path's doing. However, at that time, the demonic path was not yet called the demonic path. When the war between the 2 worlds broke out, the demon race's territory advanced triumphantly. In just 3 short years, the entire Western Territory had fallen, and the astral boundary had lost a large portion of its territory. Countless lives had been lost, and the Western Territory had practically become a paradise for the demon race. At that time, the various armies in the astral boundary were still in preparation for construction, and the use of the space spirit bead was not as widespread as it was now. Without the great emperors taking action, the momentum of the demon race was practically unstoppable. With external threats and internal troubles, the demonic path responded to the situation, and its strength grew like a rolling snowball. Not everyone had the resolve to live and die with the astral boundary. Back when the astral boundary was at peace, the Assassin Hall was already able to recruit and develop many helpers, let alone when the demon race was advancing rapidly. Naturally, there were those who were afraid of death and wanted to live an ignoble existence who surrendered to the demonic path and became the demon race's minions. The demonic path's master was the Assassin Hall's Hall Master, Night Shadow, the great emperors. He had as many experts as the clouds, and there were as many as 4 fake emperors under him. They were known as the 4 great monarchs of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain, and each of them had extraordinary cultivation. The people of the demonic path have all received the demonic chi empowerment, and when their temperament changes, their strength increases as well. What's even more despicable is that these people usually hide in the astral boundary, looking no different from ordinary people on the outside. Even when fighting, they don't reveal anything, unless one uses energy to probe into their bodies to investigate, or they actively leak traces of their demonic chi. It's very difficult to tell if they're from the demonic path. Fan Xian sighed. After 5 years of war, the astral boundary has been growing, and so has the demon race. Because of the demonic path, the astral boundary has suffered great losses. It was precisely because of the existence of the demonic path that when Han Jingqing and Lu Yue met, they shook hands and probed each other to make sure that the other party had not become the demon race. Compared to the demon race, the traitors of the demonic path were more hated by the people of the astral boundary. This was because they had hidden themselves too deeply. They had access to information that the demon race could not obtain, and they could do things that the demon race could not. Fan Xian could not understand why there would be such a group of people in this world. It was as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The astral boundaries situation was already bad enough. It was fine if these people did not want to protect their country, but why did they want to wallow in the mire of the demon race? It was also because of the demonic path's existence that when Yang Kai appeared with his demonic qi rolling around, Han Zhengqing had been so vigilant. In his opinion, the demonic path was the demonic path. Even if they killed some members of the demon race, it would not change their status as traitors. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and glanced in a certain direction, smiling faintly. His movements weren't obvious, so Fan Xian, who was explaining the situation of the star boundary to him, didn't notice. But a moment later, Fan Xian also looked up because Han Zhengqing had suddenly left the group and was flying over. When he came close, he stopped and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai's eyes were clear, and he looked at him calmly with a smile on his face. Fan Xian seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little strange. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Han Zhengqing raised his hand and stopped her. Palace Master Yang, this Han only has one question to ask, Han Zhengqing said in a low voice. Are you an enemy or a friend? Previously, when he was teleported to the Seven Mist Seas strategic location, he said that he had encountered the traitor Yang Kai on the way and reported what had happened in detail. But after waiting for so long, there was no response from the Seven Mist Sea. Now, he could not wait any longer and had no choice but to ask in person. Yang Kai did not answer and simply took out a space spirit bead and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Senior Li Wui." Then took out another one and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Legion Commander Yang Inflammation." From his conversation with Fan Xian, Han Zhengqing knew that Yang Inflammation was now the Legion Commander of the Bingzi army. He was a famous figure in the astral boundary, so Han Zhengqing was naturally familiar with him. Hearing this, Han Zhengqing's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand. "Can this Han take a look?" Yang Kai casually tossed the two space spirit beads to Han Zhengqing. Catching them, Han Zhengqing surged his divine sense and emperor qi as he carefully examined them. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to detect anything, but he already had the void spirit bead in his possession, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this thing. As such, he was able to see some clues. In particular, the space spirit bead used to communicate with Li Wui did indeed have Li Wui's residual power fluctuations on it. Both space spirit beads in Han Zhengqing's hands had such fluctuations as well, so there was no way he would make a mistake. A moment later, he returned the two space spirit beads, his solemn expression relaxing greatly as he cupped his fists and said, "Just now, a demon race scout was investigating our situation, so I'm afraid our position has been exposed. It won't be long before we are surrounded by the demon race's army. This Han would like to ask Palace Master Yang to lend us a hand." Since Yang Kai had a space spirit bead that could communicate with Li Wui, there was absolutely no problem with his identity. Otherwise, Li Wui would have been able to kill him here in a moment. Army Commander Li was busy with military affairs, but when it came to the High Heaven Palace's palace master, he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Since he had not attacked, it meant that Yang Kai was trustworthy. Since Li Wui thought he was trustworthy, Han Zhengqing naturally had nothing to say. Chapter 3606. They were still a few thousand kilometers away from the demon race's encampment, and with the appearance of the demon race's scouts, a fierce battle was inevitable. Right now, their team only had two seriously injured First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. So how could they break through the demon race's blockade? If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on Yang Kai's strength. "Han Zhuwei, just focus on your journey. When the time comes, I will lend a hand." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Han Zhengqing cupped his fists again. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Han Zhengqing immediately relaxed. He had seen the strength Yang Kai displayed before. Killing the demon race's members was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With such strength, He wasn't inferior to the most powerful beast guard. So with his protection, their chances of reaching the encampment were much higher. After thanking him, Han Jingqing returned the way he came. But after a while, he flew back and stretched out his hand. Palace Master Yang, please join the team. Yang Kai and Fan Xian had been hanging 1,000 meters away from the team, making them too conspicuous. The demon race's scouts had already appeared, so the battle between the two armies was imminent. Yang Kai was the strongest on their side, so the later he was exposed, the better. Previously, they didn't invite him because they couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was a friend or foe. But now that even the Seven Mist Sea didn't respond, there was naturally no problem. What's more, with the strength Yang Kai had displayed before, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Since that was the case, why not be generous? Han Jingqing turned back and invited him, and Yang Kai didn't refuse, nodding and returning to the team with him. Fan Xian was the happiest, and so were the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley. They all ran over to greet Yang Kai and greet their martial uncle. Compared to other forces, Ice Heart Valley had the closest relationship with High Heaven Palace, so the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt very close to Yang Kai. Many of the others in the team were also secretly paying attention to Yang Kai, but due to their status and cultivation, no one dared to come forward and speak. Only Lu Youwei's guard of the Emperor Realm came forward, but it was just a normal greeting. 2,000 defeated soldiers shuttled through the Gobi Desert and headed towards the encampment. The atmosphere was silent. On the eve of a great battle, everyone was nervous and worried. When night fell, they found a place to rest. Normally, a successful cultivator would be full of energy and would be able to travel continuously without a problem. However, the Bingshan army had just gone through a big battle, and many of them were injured. More than half of these 2,000 people were injured. Naturally, they had to preserve their energy to deal with the upcoming battle. Although they had just merged into the First Division, their military discipline was still strict. Under Han Jingqing's command, there were 3 squads that rotated in shifts, keeping watch at night in all directions to guard against the demon race's sneak attacks. He thought that there would be a battle tonight, but unexpectedly, it was a peaceful night. At dawn, the team continued to move forward. The two from the Emperor Realm found Yang Kai together. Han Jingqing asked, Palace Master Yang, are you able to detect the movements of the demon race? After waiting for an entire night and not seeing the enemy, Han Jingqing was not happy. Instead, he became more and more worried. If the enemy did not attack at night, it meant that they were preparing for something big. Naturally, they had to be on guard. Yang Kai did not hesitate and directly said, 500 li ahead. Han Jingqing and the other from the Emperor Realm looked at each other and immediately took out a jade slip to check the situation. After a moment, their faces sank. The demon race deserves to die. What a big appetite. After speaking, he looked up at Yang Kai and said, 500 li ahead, there is a gourd-shaped mountain pass. If we want to go back, that is the only way. They probably want to eat us all. Yang Kai smiled. Then I'm afraid they will break their teeth. Han Jingqing's face was solemn. Palace Master Yang, are you confident? If not, we can take a detour. It will only delay us for a few days. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There is no need. Even if we take a detour, we can't avoid the demon race. There are demon race troops on both sides. Han Jingqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right, then we will go straight. After the order was passed down, the atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. It became solemn and filled with a murderous aura. 500 li was not too far, but it took this group of survivors more than half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, there were constantly demon race scouts appearing from afar, giving them a silent pressure. Behind the mountain pass was a wide canyon with walls on both sides. The deeper they went, the narrower the canyon became. There was no sign of the demon race, but anyone could feel that the demon race was lying in ambush. Han Jingqing turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to ask another question, he saw that Yang Kai had already stepped forward from the middle of the group to the front. His footsteps didn't stop. a smile on his face, and a carefree expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Jingqing shouted, "Keep up! Guard left and right!" The group of 2,000 was instantly divided into 10 small groups, coordinating with each other, as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. After entering the mountain pass and crossing into the canyon, demon qi suddenly surged within 10 li of them. The ground under their feet seemed to come alive as it quickly squirmed and turned into rolling quicksand in an instant. Everyone's figure suddenly sank. Han Jingqing's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Sand demon, heaven flight." Only a sand demon could cause such a change in the ground in such a short period of time. And the one who did this was definitely a Demon King level sand demon. Otherwise it would be impossible to use such a large-scale divine technique. After several years of fighting, Star Boundary's side was already familiar with the methods of the demon race, and had a plan to deal with them. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, and grasped the large myriad sword in his hand. While walking, the myriad sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The large sword disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, a muffled scream came from the depths of the ground. The ground that was rapidly turning into quicksand suddenly returned to normal. With a bang, the myriad sword flew out from the ground 20 zhang in front of Yang Kai. A demon race was stabbed into the body of the large sword, directly piercing through him. The demon race had suffered such a heavy blow, but he didn't die. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he gripped the myriad's sword with both hands, struggling to pull it out of his body. This was indeed a Demon King level sand demon, and although it was only a low-ranked Demon King, its demon qi was extremely good. When the sand demon rushed out from the ground, his eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai with resentment. Although he was underground, he knew very well who had attacked him. He couldn't figure out how this guy had found his position and severely injured him. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Forming a hand seal, he spat out a single word: "Break!" The myriad sword hummed as tens of thousands of dazzling sword lights shot out from the sand demon's body. As far as the eye could see, the sand demon looked like a hedgehog full of glowing swords. An even more mournful scream rang out, followed by a loud explosion as the sand demon exploded. In the blink of an eye, a sand demon of the Demon King level was smashed to smithereens. At the same time, 2,000 humans also ascended into the sky. Han Jingqing and the others had originally intended to escape from the divine technique of the sand demon, but who would have thought that the sand demon would die in a single exchange, and the ground would return to normal? However, before they could react, a dense rain of arrows was already flying toward them. While the Star Boundary had methods to deal with the demon race, how could the demon race not have one? The sand demon's sneak attack underground was just the beginning. It was to lure the humans into the sky, while in the air, the dense rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts passing through, and there was simply no way to avoid them. Everyone's complexion changed as they felt their bodies turn cold. Their hands and feet turned cold, and they cried out in their hearts that their lives were over. Those with fast reactions hurriedly sank down, while those with slow reactions remained in place. The originally good formation was instantly thrown into chaos. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's demon qi rolled, and in the whistling wind, the pitch-black demon qi condensed into an indestructible defense that spread out and covered the void in front of them. All the arrows were blocked by the demonic aura and disappeared without a trace. The demon qi barrier fiercely rolled forward and smashed into the void in front of them. Like a mirror being smashed, a ripple spread out, and countless figures of the demon race suddenly appeared. On the ground, the jade blade was on the left and right, and in the void, the demon race was blocking the way. It was unknown what method they had used before, but they had all hidden themselves, and Han Jingqing and the others didn't notice them at all. Seeing this situation, the human's complexion changed again. 10,000 people, there were definitely 10,000 people. Moreover, there were several demon kings, each of them riding demonic beasts of different sizes, and their auras were ferocious. After Yang Kai used his method to break through their concealment, the group of demon race was also somewhat surprised. The several demon kings in the lead looked at Yang Kai in surprise, puzzled. In their view, since Yang Kai could use demon qi, he was obviously a member of the demon sky Dao. Since he was a member of the demon sky Dao, he was a loyal dog of the demon race. How could he oppose the demon race? What kind of situation was this? However, in the next moment, the demon kings threw away this doubt. So what if he was a member of the demon sky Dao? As long as he dared to oppose the demon race, he deserved to die. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. The demon king in the lead looked at Yang Kai and grinned. He raised his thick arm high and swung it down fiercely. The order to attack was given, and the 10,000 demon race fiercely charged forward. The entire valley shook, and the surrounding rubble rustled down. Han Zhengqing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The various teams quickly gathered their people and reformed their formation. The wizard's incantation began to be sung. The noise in the sky couldn't cover up the one-word imperial edict. Yang Kai pointed forward with his fingers and said, "Close." With this one word, the entire valley came alive. The earth churned and rolled back like a blanket, covering the demon race's army. The two sides of the wall blades also quickly closed, like two huge palms, slapping at the flying mosquitoes. The 10,000 demon race were mosquitoes. Under the horrified gazes of Han Zhengqing and the others, the rolling earth and the converging wall blades sealed off a large space in a very short time, trapping all the demon race in it. The space rapidly compressed, and a burst of hair-raising sounds came from inside. Fan Xan had goosebumps all over her body, while the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Chapter 3607. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of demon race disappeared without a trace. The two sides of the wall and the rolling earth formed a sealed space, locking all the demon race within. Just by listening to the sounds coming from the sealed space, everyone could imagine the demon race's current predicament. They were probably squeezed into meat patties. How violent and direct, how unstoppable. The devil race chose this place as their ambush place. Obviously, they had considered it carefully. Once they entered this place, there would only be one exit. If they hid their figures and suddenly attacked, they would definitely cause chaos in the human race army. With 10,000 against 2,000, they could easily wipe out the entire human race army. But they never thought that this place would become their graveyard. Geographical advantage was only relative. When one side's strength reached a level where the other side had to look up to them, the so-called geographical advantage would become a disadvantage. With a bang, a badly mutilated figure suddenly broke through the layers of barriers and broke out of the ground. In an instant, it turned into a black light and flew away without the slightest hesitation. High-ranked Demon King. Han Zhengqing's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. This demon race's army of 10,000 actually had a high-ranked demon king overseeing it. Just this one demon alone wasn't something they could deal with. It could be imagined that if they hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, not a single one of their 2,000 people would have survived. Ordinary demon race members had incomparably tenacious vitality, let alone a high-ranked demon king. After taking the divine technique of the earth-covering wall clamp, although this demon had suffered heavy injuries, it didn't die and immediately escaped. He probably also knew that from the methods displayed by the enemy just now, if he didn't hurry and escape, he would definitely lose his life. His judgment wasn't bad, but how could he escape? Yang Kai only stretched out his hand and grabbed fiercely. When he retracted his hand, there was already a figure wrapped in black qi in his hand. That iron-like hand was strangling the demon king's neck, making it impossible for the other party to escape. Strange sounds came from his throat. Han Zhengqing didn't clearly see how Yang Kai had captured the other party. He only vaguely saw that when Yang Kai stretched out his hand, his entire arm seemed to be in a trance for a moment, merging into the void. The demon king, who was clearly 100 zhang away, was inexplicably caught in front of him. Spatial divine technique. It was definitely the spatial divine technique. Yi Qing was afraid that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. But when the demon king was captured, Han Jingqing discovered that the other party was a shadow demon. No wonder he couldn't sense it before. Shadow demons were most proficient in assassination, so they were naturally proficient in concealment techniques. With Yang Kai tightly gripping his neck and raising it high, the shadow demon struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. When the demon Yuan surged, the shadow demon's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fatty. With a boom, the shadow demon directly exploded. Bits and pieces of its body flew in all directions. Han Jingqing and the others were caught off guard and were drenched in blood. On the other hand, Yang Kai had long since been on guard. With the demon Yuan protecting his body, nothing happened to him. At the same time, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the closed wall blade slowly separated to two sides. The churning earth also slowly calmed down. First, the nauseating smell of blood rushed into everyone's nostrils, followed by a hellish scene imprinted in their eyes. There was no demon race in front of them. Apart from the shadow demon that broke through the barrier and escaped but was captured and killed by Yang Kai, the rest of the demon race had all been squeezed into a pile of rotten meat. 90% of the demon race's original body couldn't be seen. They were all fused together and couldn't be separated. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of tens of thousands of demons were strewn everywhere. Occasionally, a few faint moans could be heard. It was the sound of a few demon kings that hadn't died completely. The 2,000 humans stared blankly ahead. For a moment, there was complete silence. Many people's mouths were opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Their eyes constantly moved between Yang Kai and the terrifying scene in front of them. The more they looked, the more incredulous they became. Han Jingqing was a bit embarrassed, because they hadn't done anything. The 10,000 demon race that had been lying in ambush had been completely annihilated. From beginning to end, Yang Kai seemed to have only casually used a few divine technique. Wiping the blood from his face, Han Jingqing walked forward and waved the sword in his hand a few times, cutting up the corpses of the demon race that hadn't died completely. When he moved, everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly checked to see if there was a demon race that was pretending to be dead. They also collected the spoils of war. After a cup of tea's worth of time, everything was ready, and the 2,000 people set off again. The canyon was very long, about 300 li or so. When night fell, the group of people walked out of the canyon. When they saw the light of day again, the atmosphere of the group was clearly much more excited. This was because after passing through the canyon, they would arrive at the Bingtian army's encampment after another 3,000 li. 3,000 li was a relatively safe distance. Very few demon race would wander around here, unless they were extremely unlucky and encountered a demon king that could conceal itself. Yang Kai stopped and looked at Han Jingqing. I will send you off to this point. There is no demon race blocking the way ahead. Everyone have a safe journey. Han Jingqing bowed and said, Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Fan Xian and the others, saying, Pay attention and protect yourselves. On the battlefield, life and death could be decided in an instant. Even false emperors and half-saint realm cultivators had fallen, let alone Fan Xian and the others. In the War of Two Realms, how many families had been destroyed? How many wives and children had been separated? Only by taking care of themselves could they have a chance of survival. Fan Xian and the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley nodded heavily. Yang Kai turned around, took a step forward, and his figure suddenly became ethereal, disappearing without a trace. After he left, Han Jingqing called out and led the 2,000 people back to the encampment. Since Yang Kai said that there was no demon race blocking the way ahead, it was definitely safe. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time resting. They just needed to rush back to the encampment in one breath. Yang Kai had communicated with Li Wu Yi's space spirit bead and teleported away, so he naturally appeared next to Li Wu Yi. Inside a spacious hall, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He immediately saw Li Wu Yi standing next to him and grinned. Just as he was about to greet him, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression froze as he raised his head. To his left and right sat 4 people, both men and women, but all of their auras were deep and profound. 4 terrifying auras pressed down on him like 4 mountains, causing Kai Yang to be unable to breathe. His chest felt stuffy, and all of his bones began to creak and groan. Not only that, Kai Yang clearly felt that there was an aura within his body that was resonating with the auras of these 4 people. It was as if they were resonating with each other, making him more and more aware of the terrifying strength of these 4 people and his own shortcomings. Not daring to neglect, Kai Yang hurriedly bowed and said, "This little one Kai Yang greets all the honored guests." The 2 on the left were the majestic iron-blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, and the unpredictable flower shadow Great Emperors, Hua Linglong. The 2 on the right were the deep-sea serene soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, and the rough and unrestrained martial beast Mo Huang. In addition to the missing Great Emperors of the secular world, the dead Bright Moon Great Emperors, and the traitorous Night Shadow Great Emperors, 4 of the 7 Great Emperors of the Star Boundary were here. And from the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for him. Yang Kai's blood was boiling, not because of the pressure, but because after so many years, he finally felt like a wanderer returning home. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he saw these great emperors, but today, he felt incomparably close to them, as if they were his family. Thinking about the aura that resonated with these 4, how could Yang Kai not know that it was because of the great emperor's luck? If one wanted to become a great emperor, they had to obtain the recognition of the Star Boundary. Ming Yu's part of the Star Boundary's recognition had been transferred to him, so he naturally felt a sense of closeness with the other great emperors. He had such a feeling and thought that the great emperors would feel the same way. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking, there was no response at all after waiting for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He wanted to look up, but he didn't want to be rude. However, he could clearly feel that the 4 great emperors were looking at him with sharp gazes. He quietly turned his head and glanced at Li Wuyi, only to see that guy standing there with his hands crossed in front of his stomach. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. What's going on? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. At this time, a low shout suddenly sounded. "How dare you, Yang Kai? Do you admit your crime?" The shout came from the iron-blood Great Emperor on his left. The angry shout made Yang Kai feel dizzy. His ears buzzed, and he almost fell to the ground. Killing a high-ranked demon king was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He could even fight a half-saint. But in front of the great emperors, he was as weak as a child. Fortunately, he was quite strong now, so he barely managed to stand up straight. He looked up at the iron-blood Great Emperor and was about to question him, but he swallowed his words and lowered his head. This junior admits his crime. Hua Linglong blinked her eyes. Yao Jun grinned silently. Mo Huang rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek. Zhan Wuhen was also stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely have other excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit his crime so quickly. He couldn't continue the words he had prepared. After a moment of silence, the iron-blood Great Emperor asked in a low voice, "What is your crime?" Yang Kai whispered, "Master Bright Moon died at my hands." Although his voice was soft, anyone could hear the sadness in his words. When he spoke, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "At least you know your place." Zhan Wuhen snorted and continued to shout majestically, "Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the astral boundary. In order to save us, he used himself as bait and fell into the demon's territory and was imprisoned. Why did we let you become the demon race's territory? To save Master Bright Moon. How can you guarantee that? We will definitely bring Master Bright Moon back." And the result? Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Kai was truly speechless. Originally, he had gone to save Mingyu. But not only had he failed to do so, Mingyu had even died at his own hands. Although there were some reasons for this, every time Yang Kai recalled that scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Chapter 3608. Since you know your crime, how can you return to the astral world? Zhan Wuhen's tone was aggressive, and he didn't give Yang Kai any face. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, I have the opportunity of the great emperors. I was ordered by the Master of Bright Moon to return. Well said. Zhang Wuhen snorted. Do you think I won't punish you? Yang Kai said respectfully. I accept the punishment. What if I want to kill you? Zhang Wuhen's eyes were like swords, full of killing intent. Yang Kai thought for a while, then raised his head and looked into Zhang Wuhen's eyes. He said firmly, no matter what, I killed the Master of Bright Moon. If the Master wants to take back the opportunity of the great emperors, I have nothing to say. But if the Master wants to take my life, although I can't defeat the Master, I won't stand still. Li Wui turned his head and glanced at him, and he secretly clicked his tongue. He thought that if he was in Yang Kai's position, he wouldn't have the guts to say such words. Zhang Wuhen also sneered. You still want to resist? Do you think you can? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything depends on the person. I don't want to die, and I can't die. There were so many relatives waiting for him in the High Heaven Palace. How could he die? Zhang Wuhen was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Hua Linglong. The voice of the great emperors was pleasant, and it was a sharp contrast to Zhang Wuhen's iron blood. Tell me about your experience in the demon territory, especially about Bright Moon. Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, back then, I and Ru Meng were chased by Senior Li, and we fled to the demon territory. Our journey was smooth, and we successfully reached the depths of the demon territory. It was only a matter of a few years, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to recall. He reported his experience in the past few years in detail. There were many continents in the demon territory, and the great emperors knew about the existence of realm gates. After all, several great emperors had joined forces and killed their way into the demon territory. Even if they didn't know the specific situation, they still had some understanding of the many continents and realm gates. However, they didn't know about the other side of the territory. What Yang Kai now had was exactly what they lacked information. When they heard that there were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, and that there were 12 demon saints, the 4 great emperors' expressions turned cold. Not to mention how many demon race citizens were in those hundreds of continents. Just the number of the 12 demon saint was too many. There were only 10 great emperors in the astral boundary. And if they subtracted the missing great emperors in the secular world, the already dead Bright Moon great emperors, and the traitor Night Shadow, there were only 7 great emperors left. In terms of the number of peak combatants, the astral boundary was far inferior to the demon territory, and the difference was almost 2 times. Once the great emperors fought against the demon saint, they would definitely suffer a great loss. When they heard that Ru Meng was actually one of the 12 demon saint, the great emperors were even more surprised. Back then, Ru Meng had always been by Yang Kai's side, and appeared in the vision of several great emperors. She even transformed into Li Shiqing, and communicated with the great emperors. However, whether it was Zhang Wuhen or Hua Linglong, they didn't see any flaws. They didn't even notice the demon saint aura on her. Now that they thought about it, it was simply unbelievable. However, after learning that Ru Meng was the master of the succubus demon, the great emperors were relieved. The succubus demon had always been proficient in the power of the soul, and was good at charming people. It wasn't strange that Ru Meng could do this. In terms of soul cultivation, even the great emperors of the serene soul might not be able to compare with her. The existence of the nest of 10,000 demons and the myriad demon pill made the great emperors frown. In the past few years, the great emperors had been at war with the demon race. The number of demon kings on the demon race's side was truly terrifying. They originally couldn't figure out why, but now they understood. The number of demon kings was large, because the population of the demon race was huge. Hundreds of continents could gather almost 100,000 demon kings. What a terrifying number this was. The second reason should be because of the myriad demon pill. This thing was unique to the demon territory. Although the nest of 10,000 demons absorbed the vitality of the entire demon race, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the demon race after consuming it. When they heard that Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour many shattered continents in the territory of the demon race, the great emperors were all shocked. They could shatter the continents in the territory of the demon race, but they definitely couldn't devour them. Yang Kai's strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but this method of his made them extremely shocked. He talked about the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the 12 Citadel Great Demon Formation, Bright Moon's desperate struggle, and how she had blinded her own senses and killed herself under her own fist. The hall was silent for a while, the atmosphere solemn. They had been friends for tens of thousands of years, and they were used to each other's existence. Suddenly, one of them passed away one day. Even though the great emperors were calm people, they couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Kai talked about it in detail. They felt as if they were in the hot-blooded heroism of Bright Moon fighting against the 12 demon saint by herself. It was as if they had personally witnessed the tragedy of that battle, and the scene of Bright Moon being injured. It was fascinating. They hated that they couldn't fight side by side with her. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "This is what happened." Hua Linglong nodded. "It's been hard on you." During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, not only were there the 12 demon saint, there were also hundreds of half-saint. Even under the watchful eyes of so many experts, Yang Kai still managed to exchange the opportunity of the great emperors with Bright Moon. How could ordinary people compare to the great emperors? What happened after that? Mo Huang asked. How did you escape the pursuit after you obtained Bright Moon's opportunity? Although Yang Kai didn't say it, anyone could imagine the desperate situation Yang Kai was in. Obtaining the opportunity of the great emperors wasn't a lucky thing, but the beginning of his life. The demon race definitely wouldn't let him take away the opportunity of the great emperors. It's all thanks to you, Rameng. Yang Kai answered seriously. She helped me pin down a few demon saint, and I happened to be proficient in the art of space and escape, so I was lucky enough to escape. He didn't say it explicitly because compared to Bright Moon's selfless sacrifice, his escape was nothing. Yao Jun said, "If that's true, the demon territory won't let you go no matter what. How did you return to the Star Realm? Is there something else going on?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "After I escaped from the Eternal Heaven continent, I was seriously injured, but because of the opportunity of the great emperors, I sensed something and felt the signs of a breakthrough. I wanted to escape to the Star Realm in one go, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by King Yi all year round. If I went there, I would be walking into a trap. Plus, I was about to break through, so I could only escape to the Cloud Shadow continent." Under the protection of his avatar, he escaped deep underground. The vision caused by breaking through the three-layer Emperor realm attracted Bai Li Mo, so he used Xian Bing's profound nether needle to pin down Bai Li Mo and create space for himself to escape. Who knew that Xian Bing would use it to create a coincidence? Wait, hearing this, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Are you saying that you planted a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea?" Not only him, but the four great emperors also stared at him with wide eyes. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't know what planting a divine soul brand meant, but because they knew, they were surprised. Li Wuyi was even more dumbfounded. He silently calculated in his mind. A demon saint was comparable to the great emperors. So Yang Kai planting a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea was equivalent to planting a divine soul brand in the great emperor's knowledge sea. It was equivalent to controlling the life and death of a demon saint. In other words, it was equivalent to having a demon saint or great emperors as a subordinate. This brat was only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. He wasn't even a fake emperor. Even Li Wuyi, who had always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Actually, it can't be considered my ability. The main thing is that Xian Bing is vicious, and came up with this idea of harming others without benefiting herself. This brat just took advantage of the situation, and reaped the benefits in the end." The four great emperors looked at each other. Their divine consciousnesses suddenly fluctuated. Clearly, they were communicating with each other. After a short while, Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "Although your cultivation has improved, you are still only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. Even if you really planted a soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control her life and death, right? Yang Kai nodded. Master Hua Ying is right. My cultivation is far inferior to Bailey Mo's, so the soul brand really can't control her life and death. It can even be said that if she focused on breaking it, it wouldn't take long for her to break the soul brand and free herself from the shackles. Yang Kai paused for a moment before continuing, but she probably won't have that opportunity now. What do you mean? Zhang Wuhen raised his brow. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Forgive me for my lack of manners. As soon as these words fell, his divine sense fiercely surged out like a tidal wave and swept out in all directions, but it was withdrawn in an instant. However, this brief moment was enough to make the four great emperors' eyes light up, and Li Wu even showed a look of extreme shock. Of everyone present apart from Yang Kai, the weakest was a false emperor, so naturally, their perception was extremely strong. So even though Yang Kai had only released his divine sense, and then withdrawn it, everyone could still feel the strength of his divine sense. This was a divine sense cultivation that was only below the great emperors, but above all false emperors. This kind of divine sense would generally only appear in the top false emperors, and these false emperors had to be proficient in soul cultivation. But now, the one who had activated this soul power was just a three-layer emperor realm cultivator who had recently broken through. Li Wuyi's heart was filled with shock. Compared to Yang Kai's claim that he had planted a soul brand in a demon saint's mind, what he saw this time was even more unbelievable. Although subduing a demon saint was amazing, it was not a big deal. After all, it was just an external force, and this external force was unstable, so there was a risk of backlash. However, this soul cultivation was one's own foundation, so it was a solid foundation. In comparison, if it were Li Wuyi, he would rather choose the latter. At this moment, how could the four great emperors not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? The strength of a soul brand was directly related to one's soul cultivation. The stronger one's soul cultivation was, the stronger the brand would be. Chapter 3609. Yang Kai had such a terrifying soul cultivation. Although it was still a bit weaker than the demon saint and the great emperors, it was enough to control Bailey Mo. Perhaps Bailey Mo would still be able to crack the soul brand after a long period of time, but Yang Kai wasn't dead. So how could he give her such an opportunity? That was why Yang Kai said that Bailey Mo no longer had such an opportunity. Hua Linglong was puzzled. But how can you have such powerful spiritual energy? There were many people in the star boundary whose soul cultivation was stronger than their own cultivation. The most typical example was Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Because of the Divine Ascension Mirror, the souls of the elites in Azure Sun Temple were slightly stronger than their cultivation. But no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for them to be as terrifying as Yang Kai's. This was already illogical. Unless there was some kind of great fortune or opportunity, originally, Hua Linglong shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what kind of fortune or opportunity Yang Kai had, it was his own business. But she couldn't help but be curious, and also wanted to ask if this matter had anything to do with Mingyu, who had already passed away. Who knew that after asking this question, Yang Kai would reveal an embarrassed expression. The great emperors of Hua Ying were very understanding and smiled. If it's inconvenient, there's no need to ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai sniffled and said, I've already performed the ceremony of husband and wife with Yu Meng, so I've obtained her primordial yin's soul power. She's a succubus demon, so she cultivates spiritual energy, which is why my soul cultivation has soared. Ah! Hua Linglong was quite surprised and stared blankly at Yang Kai. Then Yu Meng, She wanted to ask why Yu Meng, one of the 12 demon saint, was willing to give herself to Yang Kai. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two of them. One was from the human race, while the other was from the demon race. They were from different races. Not to mention that the battle in the demon territory of the astral boundary was still raging. But when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, her cheeks flushed. What about the heart seal secret technique? Hua Linglong didn't know how to ask, but Yao Jun wasn't so thick-skinned. They were both old monsters who had lived for so many years. There was nothing to be embarrassed about talking about between husband and wife. Previously, Yang Kai had told them that Yu Rumeng had used the heart seal secret technique on him, which was why Yao Jun had this guess. Maybe that's part of the reason, Yang Kai nodded. But when I asked her to undo the heart seal secret technique, she didn't. Yao Jun nodded. Since she had a choice but didn't do it, it meant that Yu Rumeng had fallen in love with him. Otherwise, why would a demon saint do such a thing? On the side, Li Wui could no longer maintain his calm expression. He kept turning his head to stare at Yang Kai, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had planted the Divine Soul brand in a demon saint's mind, and his Divine Soul cultivation had skyrocketed. He had even performed the marriage ceremony with a female demon saint originally. He was quite worried that Yang Kai would encounter any danger in the demon territory. But now, it seemed that there was danger, but more importantly, there was something wonderful that others couldn't imagine. If an ordinary person were to achieve any one of these miracles, it would be a blessing to their ancestors. But Yang Kai had achieved all of them. So, you can now control the wishes of two demon saint? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a little excitement. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of demon saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Yang Kai had planted the Divine Soul brand in a demon saint, and the demon saint had the closest relationship with him. These two demon saints were equivalent to standing on Yang Kai's warship. This cut off the power of two demon saints in the demon territory. It's not two, it's three. Yang Kai looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides Bailey Mo and Yu Rumeng, which other demon saint is there?" Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, "Could it be that feather demon hibiscus?" From Yang Kai's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Yang Kai had subdued Bailey Mo and Yu Rumeng, so it didn't matter if there was one more hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. So how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not hibiscus. Yang Kai shook his head. That one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hua Linglong was confused. Then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Kai explained. If we calculate, this person's weight in the demon territory is equivalent to the great elder and second elder of the Dragon Island. With that said, the great emperors immediately understood. On the Dragon Island, the great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun were not great emperors, but they were the leaders of the holy spirits. They were ranked 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of great emperors. There were holy spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no holy spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the great elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhan Wuhen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. In the end, he took over a piece of the 100 Spirit continent and hid in a corner. However, Chang Tian doesn't have much time left. He is worried that the 100 Spirit continent will be oppressed and enslaved by the demon saint after he dies. Coincidentally, This brat also has the bloodline of the dragon race. When we first met, Chang Tian was very happy and confided in me. He wanted to train this brat to be his successor in the future. That's why we have this relationship. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, "This brat has already used the sealed world bead to devour the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian has no way out. Not only the 100-spirit continent, but all the continents under Yu Ru Meng and Bai Li Mo's control have also been devoured." When this brat returned, he sealed the 13 realm gates at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. As a result, the connection between the astral realm and the demon territory has been temporarily cut off. You cut off the connection between the demon territory and the astral realm? Hua Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Good. Mo Huang suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement. Yao Jun and Zhang Wuhen's eyes also lit up. Li Wui nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the demon race's army has been retreating for the past few days. So this is the reason. He spent most of his time in the Seven Mist Seas strategic location and collected all the information on the two-realm battlefield. No one knew the movements of the demon race's army better than him. A few days ago he discovered this strange thing. The valiant and bloodthirsty demon race army that had always advanced without retreating had strangely started retreating. Originally, he didn't understand what was going on in the demon territory. He even sent some people out to gather information to see if this was the demon race's scheme. Now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he understood everything. In the war between the two worlds, the human race and the demon race had both suffered casualties over the past few years. Although the demon race's casualties were more serious, the situation was very unfavorable for the human race. The reason for this was that the demon race could constantly replenish their forces. It was as if they couldn't kill them all. Now the connection between the two worlds had been cut off. In other words, the demon territory could no longer replenish their lost forces. As long as there was enough time, Li Wui was confident that he could completely devour the remaining demon territory in the astral plane. He was even considering mobilizing his army to encircle and annihilate the demon race. This was undoubtedly the best time for the astral plane to counterattack. Otherwise, once the demon race's army regrouped, there would only be countless more casualties if they tried to take them down. Zhang Wuhen's fingers lightly tapped on the back of his chair as he said methodically, "You've devoured the territories of the three demon saint and cut off the connection between the two worlds. This is equivalent to completely cutting off their path of retreat. So whether they're willing or not, they can only follow you to the end?" "That should be the case." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, those three have already followed me to the astral plane. If the master is interested, I can recommend them." Mo Huang chuckled when he heard this. Hua Linglong picked up the cup of flower tea beside her and took a sip gently, the corners of her eyes curving up slightly. Yang Kai was puzzled. He felt that the reactions of the great emperors were a little strange. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the master has already met them? Zhang Wuhen coldly snorted. The three demon saints suddenly came to the astral plane. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be great emperors. When Yang Kai brought Yu Ru Meng and the others to the astral plane, the great emperors had already noticed. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhang Wuhen, joined forces with the great emperors of Serene Soul and Martial Beast to investigate the situation. At that time, Yang Kai was still recuperating in the small sealed world. However, Chang Tian and the others didn't do anything out of the ordinary at that time. So Zhang Wuhen and the others didn't show up easily. They just hid in the distance and quietly investigated. In terms of strength, the great emperors and the demon saint were on par. But in the astral plane, the great emperors who were recognized by the astral plane's heavens and earth undoubtedly had an advantage. Even Yu Ru Meng, who had the strongest spiritual energy, didn't notice it. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai suddenly emerged from the small sealed world, which surprised Zhang Wuhen and the others. Then, Yang Kai left a large number of elites from the demon race and said goodbye to Yu Ru Meng and the others. Zhang Wuhen and the others went to meet the demon saint. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, but it wasn't peaceful either. At that time, It was Yu Meng who spoke, so Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't know that Chang Tian wasn't one of the 12 demon saint. Yu Meng explained the cause and effect of them coming to the astral plane with Yang Kai, and also put forward her own demands. However, this was only her one-sided story, so how could Zhan Wuhen and the others believe it? This led to the joint hearing of the 4 great emperors in the hall this time. Chapter 36:10. They didn't tell Yang Kai in advance, because they wanted to see if his words were true. After all, Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for several years, so anything could happen. If he was brainwashed by the demon race, wouldn't it be a headache to deal with the astral boundary? Now that they compared what Yang Kai said with what Yu Meng said before, there was nothing wrong with it, so the great emperors were relieved. However, when the great emperors met with Yu Meng and the others, they didn't know that the passage between the 2 worlds had been cut off and sealed. Yu Meng was not a fool. The great emperors of the astral boundary were not clear yet, so how could she tell them such a secret? She only learned about it from Yang Kai just now. Yu Meng said that they want to gather the demon race in the astral boundary and promise not to be enemies with the astral boundary. What do you think about this? Zhan Wuhen asked again, sitting on the throne. Yang Kai said, just as this brat said before, the 3 who came with me to the astral boundary, whether active or passive, are all under this brat's control, so I think this is feasible. Zhan Wuhen said, the war between the 2 worlds has been going on for several years, and the demon race has killed countless people of the human race. Now there is a great opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. But you want to save them? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Saving the demon race is to save the human race. Although the passage between the 2 worlds has been cut off, there are still many demon race in the astral boundary. Even if the astral boundary has the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, we will definitely have to pay a great price. So this brat thinks that it would be best if we could stop here. Zhan Wuhen lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. The other great emperors also didn't comment. Yang Kai continued. The demon race invaded the astral world for 2 reasons. First, it was their nature, and second, they were forced to do so. The future of the demon race's territory is unknown. For thousands of years, many world paths have collapsed, and the continents have disappeared. The neighboring astral world has become their target. They want to occupy this place, which is why there is this war between the 2 worlds. There are only 2 possible outcomes for such a clash between 2 worlds. One side will be completely annihilated, or both sides will suffer. No matter what the outcome is, the astral boundary will not have it easy. Emo Huang said in a low voice, if it's as you say, then we shouldn't let the demon race in the star boundary go. Although you've sealed the connection between the 2 worlds, I'm afraid you can't guarantee that it will remain like this forever, right? When the seal is broken one day, the army of the demon race will come again. Who can guarantee that the demon race you let off today won't turn against you again? The might of the demon saint is difficult for this brat to predict. Maybe it will take a few months, or maybe it will take a few years. They have their own methods to break the seal, so the seal won't remain forever. Yang Kai said with assurance, but since we've found the root cause of the demon race's invasion, then we can find the right remedy for the problem. How do we find the right remedy? Hua Linglong asked. After leading the conversation to this point step by step, Yang Kai finally had the opportunity to say his purpose. Since the demon race invaded the astral world for their own survival, then this brat will give them a place to live. The reason why Chang Tian was convinced by this brat is because of this. That sealed world bead of yours? Hua Linglong raised her beautiful eyebrows. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. The sealed world bead has already devoured more than 100 complete continents, and all the continents devoured by the sealed world bead can be merged again. If the sealed world bead can devour the entire demon territory, then it will inevitably give birth to a second demon territory. At that time, the demon race will naturally have another way out. At that time, why would the demon race fight to the death with the astral world? Is your sealed world bead really that magical? Emo Huang looked surprised. Yang Kai grinned. Master, if you want, you can go in and take a look. Emo Huang pondered for a moment then nodded. That's good too. As he spoke he stood up. When he moved, he was still sitting on the chair. But when he stood up he was already in front of Yang Kai. Not only him, but also Zhan Wuhen, Yao Jun, and Hua Linglong, one after another, stood in front of Yang Kai silently. As great emperors, they had seen countless rare treasures. It could be said that in this world, except for a few legendary existences, there were very few things that could attract their attention. But the sealed world bead that could devour and merge continents was definitely one of them. Before this, they had never thought that such a magical thing existed in this world. Master, please don't resist, Yang Kai said as he urged his demonic qi to envelop the four of them. With a thought, he put them into the sealed world bead. Just as he was about to follow in, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Li Wuyi sighed. Don't ignore me, I'm still here. I'll go in and take a look too. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, and put Li Wuyi into the sealed world bead as well. When Yang Kai appeared in the sealed world bead, Emo Huang and the others looked around in surprise. Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, frowned. Where's Huaying? Hua Linglong was not here, which made him a little puzzled. He did not understand what Yang Kai was doing. Master went to another place when I sent the flowers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him, causing a ripple to appear. The void was like a mirror, reflecting an image of an unknown location. In the image, outside a stilted house, Hua Linglong's graceful figure was kneeling in front of another young woman, kowtowing to her. When she raised her head, her face was covered in tears. The great emperors recognized at a glance that the young woman kneeling on the ground was Hua Linglong's legacy disciple, Li Shiqing. Little Shiqing is here? Emo Huang raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. I found her not long after I went to the demon territory. Yu Rumeng sent her to her territory, and then disguised herself as Li Shiqing to get close to me. Emo Huang nodded. It's good that she's safe. Over the years, there had been no news of Li Shiqing. Although Hua Linglong was one of the great emperors, she had only accepted one disciple, Li Shiqing. She treated Li Shiqing as her own daughter. Hua Linglong was naturally worried about her sudden disappearance, but as great emperors, she did not show her worry on her face, so others could not see it. But Emo Huang and the others knew her worries. Now that Yang Kai had brought Li Shiqing back, Hua Linglong had one less worry. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the illusory mirror shattered. The scene outside the stilted house no longer existed. He cast the illusion just to explain Hua Linglong's whereabouts. Now that he had explained it clearly, there was no need to pry into the privacy of the master and disciple. Zhan Wuhen waved his fist a few times, then frowned and said with a displeased look, Trash. He commented without any trace of politeness, then put his hands behind his back and looked around, disdainful of this land. The trash he mentioned was not targeted at anyone, but at this world. The great emperors discovered as soon as they came in that the world principles of this world were slightly weaker than those of the star boundary. This caused them to be shackled by invisible shackles all the time. This kind of restraint made them feel uncomfortable. With the Demon King here, the world shackles prevented them from using too much power, but they could not restrain the great emperors. If Zhan Wuhen and the others were allowed to use their full strength, the world shackles would collapse, and even this small sealed world would be shattered. Master is right. It's just that this place used to be even more trashy. Yang Kai was not annoyed. Instead, he agreed with Zhan Wuhen's comment. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. You mean to say that the world principles of this world can be improved? Yang Kai smiled. If not, how could this little brat dare to say that he would give the demon race a second demon territory? Whether it is the star boundary or the demon territory, they are all similar worlds. At the very least, the world principles of these two worlds are almost the same, so the star boundary has the great emperors, and the demon territory has the demon saint. If you want the demon race to move in obediently, there must be another demon territory. How can it be improved? Zhan Wuhen's interest was piqued. Right now, This world was trash in his eyes, but if it could be improved, then the future was not impossible to look forward to. Swallow fuse, Yang Kai said concisely. This little brat said before that as long as we can swallow the entire demon territory and integrate the world principles of the entire demon territory, this place will definitely become a second demon territory. Unfortunately, the demon saint in the demon territory has taken over the place. If we don't deal with the demon saint, this little brat won't be able to swallow their territory. Zhang Wuhen sneered. In the end, we still have to fight. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course we have to fight, but we only need to capture the leader of the bandits. Zhang Wuhen said no more. In fact, how could he not know that Yang Kai was right? If there were no accidents in the war between the two worlds, then it would be a fight to the death. No matter which side won, they would have to pay a huge price. However, if Yang Kai's method worked, then both the demon race and the human race would have a chance to breathe. As he said before, saving the demon race was for the sake of saving the human race. What do you think? Mo Huang turned to look at Li Wuyi. Among everyone present besides Yang Kai, only Li Wuyi was proficient in the space principles. He was the best person to ask about this. Incredible! Li Wuyi exclaimed in amazement. With a flip of his hand, he took out an object and held it in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the object and saw that it was a small and exquisite rockery. It was only the size of a palm and was shaped like a dragon. The rockery was verdant and lush, and an inexplicable fragrance of flowers lingered at the tip of his nose. There were even sounds of insects and birds chirping in his ears. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he took a closer look. Suddenly his eyes lit up. What Li Wuyi was holding in his hand was not a rockery, but a real mountain. Every blade of grass and tree on the mountain had shrunk countless times. Even the wild beasts and birds in the forest had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. If Yang Kai hadn't focused his vision, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. Senior, this is... Yang Kai licked his lips, showing the excitement of seeing a novel treasure. Li Wuyi smiled faintly. Wooding Mountain. It was originally located in the northern part of the Eastern Territory. It was 780 feet high and 3,000 kilometers long, with more than 300 peaks of various sizes. After I became a pseudo-emperor, I spent 20 years refining it into its current form. As he spoke, he looked up at Yang Kai and asked, Do you want to go in and take a look? Of course, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. How could he not go in and take a look at such a novel thing? Chapter 36:11. Li Wuyi didn't waste any time, and simply stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before his body turned upside down, and he appeared in a large mountain. A tiger's roar rang out as a white-furred tiger smelled the scent of a stranger nearby and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his palm and placed it on its big head. The white-furred tiger immediately withdrew its ferocious appearance and revealed a look of horror. It took a few steps back and whimpered before turning around to flee. This white-furred tiger wasn't a monster beast, just a strange beast, but it also had the instincts of a beast and knew that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly fled for its life. Yang Kai looked around and saw towering trees, colorful poisonous snakes slithering between the rocky peaks, and the nearby springs. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw several huge figures standing in the sky like gods. It was Mo Huang, Yao Jun, Zhang Wuhen, and the others. Li Wuyi's huge face that covered half the sky was looking at him with a smile. It wasn't that they had become bigger, but that he had become smaller. The 7,800-meter tall, 3,000-kilometer-long boundless mountain had been refined into a palm-sized object by Li Wuyi. After entering it, Yang Kai was affected by the space principles, and his figure changed accordingly. In Li Wuyi's eyes, Yang Kai was probably no bigger than a speck of dust. This boundless mountain was similar to his sealed world bead. It could even be said that the two were exactly the same to a certain extent. Both were small worlds, But the sealed world bead was sealed, so the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside, and the situation outside couldn't be seen from the inside unless Yang Kai used some kind of technique. Although Boundless Mountain was also a small world, it was closely connected to the star boundary. From this point of view, Boundless Mountain was far less independent than the sealed world bead. As early as when he broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that with his attainments in space principles at that time, he should also be able to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead, but he had been too busy to experiment. He hadn't expected that Li Wui had already put his thoughts into action. Unbounded Mountain was the embodiment and crystallization of his spatial laws. After witnessing the wonders of Wuxia Mountain, Yang Kai was even more certain that he was right. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, because he really did have to refine some treasures like the sealed world bead, or indefinite mountain. After entering the mountain and gaining some experience, Yang Kai waved to Li Wui. Li Wui understood, and reached out to him again. The next moment, Yang Kai reappeared in the sealed world bead. Before Yang Kai could exclaim in admiration, Li Wui put on a puzzled look and asked, "Why would you want this world to devour the continents in the demon territory? How can you do that?" It was precisely because he had refined indefinite mountain that Li Wui couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, indefinite mountain and the sealed world bead were the same type of existence. If the sealed world bead could do it, so could indefinite mountain. Conversely, if indefinite mountain couldn't do it, neither could the sealed world bead. But in fact, the sealed world bead really could do what indefinite mountain couldn't. Devour and fuse? Li Wui didn't even think about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with someone in the lower star territory. At that time, that guy was devouring my star territory, so I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. As for how I did it, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai said in a solemn voice, 'The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique.' The three great emperors turned their heads in unison. Emo Huang said in a deep voice, 'Boy, don't tell us that you've really cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique.' Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to attack Yang Kai in Roaring Tiger City. He put on a big show and forced Yang Kai to become the demon race and betray the astral world. However, at that time, Zhan Wuhen's entry point was that his Dharmakaya had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This was completely different from Yang Kai's own cultivation. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, 'The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique has unfathomable power and unparalleled evil power. How would I dare to cultivate it? The one who cultivated this technique is my Dharmakaya. My Dharmakaya has a special physique and was born from the stone mongoose. This technique complements it perfectly. My Dharmakaya is proficient in the essence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. So naturally, my Dharmakaya is also proficient in it. Using the sealed world bead as a medium, he can perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The sealed world bead has the ability to devour and fuse.' Yang Kai's words were clear, and everyone heard it clearly and understood it clearly. However, the key point was that no one could understand it. Why did the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and the sealed world bead work together so perfectly? Perhaps even Wukong, the creator of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, could not explain it clearly. Li Wui shook his head and laughed. 'If that's the case, then I'm afraid there's nothing to expect from my indefinite mountain.' Originally, he thought that if it was possible, he could refine the indefinite mountain again. Now that he knew that there was a shadow of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique in it, what else could he do? Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. On the contrary, Yang Kai looked at the indefinite mountain in his hand with shining eyes, like a glutton seeing a delicious meal, or a pervert seeing a beauty. 'How big is this territory?' Zhan Wuhen asked. 'This territory is as big as the mainland of the demon territory that was devoured,' Yang Kai replied respectfully. Zhan Wuhen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, If the demon race migrates here, can you restrain them? Yang Kai grinned. I am the master of this place. Life and death are only in my hands. After a pause, he added, under the demon saint. Judging from the world principles in this newly expanded territory of the small sealed world, this was indeed the case. However, if he could devour the entire demon territory and completely perfect the world principles, the situation may be different. Half an hour later, a group of people came out of the small sealed world. The Flower Shadow Great Emperors and Li Shiqing were also sent out by Yang Kai. It was worth mentioning that after Li Shiqing came out, she specifically thanked Yang Kai, but her expression was slightly complicated. That day, she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai without understanding the situation. Although she learned the truth later, it was a fact that Mingyu died at the hands of Yang Kai. She herself did not know how to face Yang Kai. First of all, in the demon territory, only the two of them were from the human race. And second, as a human from the star boundary, she could not ignore the enmity of killing Mingyu. Just now, she had talked with her honored master for a long time to untie the knot in her heart. It was not until now that she learned that when Mingyu fell into the demon territory, the great emperors were already mentally prepared for his fall. They had asked Yang Kai to go to the demon territory and save him if possible, but if he could not, they had to find a way to meet Mingyu. They believed that Mingyu would understand their intentions. In the end, this was indeed the case. When he was about to die, Mingyu transferred the recognition of the star boundary to Yang Kai, giving him a huge opportunity. As for what happened to Yang Kai after obtaining this opportunity, Mingyu did not care so much. It could even be said that before he died, he felt guilty towards Yang Kai, because it was very likely that Yang Kai would be buried with him. Even if he understood this, Mingyu had no choice but to do so. At that time, he could only entrust Yang Kai with his life, and there was no one else. Master, the situation is like this. I wonder what the master's decision is? Yang Kai looked at the great emperors and asked. Zhan Wuhen said, You Ru Meng, you don't have to worry about Bei Liemo and Chang Tian. This king and the others will discuss with them. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, master. Although Zhan Wuhen did not say it explicitly, since they were going to discuss, it meant that they basically agreed with Chang Tian and the others' proposal. Now the demon race in the star boundary would be handed over to them as much as possible. They would no longer be enemies with the star boundary. When the time came to solve the mess in the star boundary, when they counterattacked the demon territory, they might become a powerful force. If Yang Kai could see this point, how could Zhan Wuhen and the others not see it? In any case, Chang Tian and the others were completely tied to Yang Kai. Their territories had also been devoured. They had no way out. Other than fully cooperating with Yang Kai's plan, there was no other choice. Emo Huang said, You have to figure out your own matter first. Yang Kai heard this and bowed his head. Please punish me, master. Emo Huang said, You haven't said anything yet, and you're already punishing me? Yang Kai said, Isn't it about Master Mingyu's matter? Emo Huang slowly shook his head, and suddenly stretched out his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt an irresistible force dragging him in front of Emo Huang. The demon qi in his body instinctively surged, but he soon relaxed his vigilance. In front of the great emperors, even if he resisted, it would be useless. What's more, he believed that Emo Huang would not harm him. In the next moment, Emo Huang's big hand clasped his shoulder. At the same time, the other shoulder was also clasped, but it was Zhan Wuhen who put his hand on it. The two great emperors glanced at each other and activated their emperor qis. Kai Yang only felt that from both sides, there was a majestic yet gentle power flowing into his body. The two powers circled around his body once before quickly withdrawing. Zhan Wuhen and Emo Huang both frowned, showing a puzzled look. Only then did Yang Kai understand what they were referring to, the matter of him becoming the demon race. The two great emperors had joined forces to check the situation in his body. It was obvious that they were checking his body. He hurriedly said, Master, please allow me to report this matter. He did not intend to hide it. Otherwise, he would not have activated his demon qi in front of the great emperors. Don't be noisy. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him. Yang Kai obediently kept his mouth shut. At the same time, Emo Huang suddenly roared. As soon as the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai immediately heard the sound of thousands of beasts crashing. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and while he was distracted, two divine senses rushed into his knowledge sea at the same time. They came quickly and left quickly. By the time Yang Kai stabilized his mind, Emo Huang and Zhang Wuhen had already retracted their divine senses and looked at him, as if they were looking at a monster. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "As the two masters saw, although I have demonic qi in my body and seem to have become the demon race, it is actually not a big deal." His knowledge sea was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so Emo Huang and Zhang Wuhen must have seen it. Chapter 36:12. The reaction of Zhang Wuhen and Emo Huang surprised the great emperors of Flower Shadow and Serene Soul. As great emperors, they naturally understood that Zhang Wuhen and Emo Huang must have seen something incredible. Otherwise, they wouldn't show such an expression. In addition, when the two's divine sense surged, how could Hua Linglong and Yao Jun not know that there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea? But what was so strange that it made the two so shocked? Although Hua Linglong was curious, she didn't ask. Instead, it was Yao Jun who asked, "What did you see?" His title was Serene Soul. Like Yu Meng, he was best at divine sense power. Since there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he naturally cared about it. Zhang Wuhen and Emo Huang didn't care about him. It didn't matter if they saw the soul-warming lotus, but if Yao Jun also knew the secret, he would have to study it carefully. With the dignity of the great emperors, he wouldn't do anything to steal it. But if he needed to borrow it for some time, would Yang Kai agree or not? So Zhang Wuhen and Emo Huang tacitly kept silent. Emo Huang even secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. "Don't let Yao Jun see that thing. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind that he would never be alone with Yao Jun in the future. The matter in the demon territory was explained, and Yang Kai's return this time brought hope to the astral world that could end the war between the two realms. The sorrow caused by Mingyu's death was diluted a lot. Zhang Wuhen said, "The connection between the two realms has been cut off. The three demon saints are also gathering the army of the demon race. It seems that the astral world will be peaceful for a while. But when the seal is broken, I'm afraid that the final battle between the two realms will begin. Yang Kai, you will be the main force in devouring and fusing many continents in the demon territory. So during this time, you have to recuperate. If you can make progress in your cultivation, that will be the best. If you can't, you have to improve your strength to protect yourself." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "It just so happens that I have something to deal with." Saying so, he flipped his hand and took out a space spirit bead and held it up with both hands. "Please accept this, master." Zhang Wuhen glanced at him and wordlessly stretched out his hand and took the space spirit bead. Immediately after, there were two light claps. It was Hua Linglong clapping her hands twice. After the crisp sound, a person walked in from outside. Yang Kai looked back and saw that the person was none other than Great Elder Lei Hong of Star Soul Palace. He had been waiting outside for a long time and only came in when he heard the summons. When their eyes met, Lei Hong nodded slightly to Yang Kai and walked straight to Yang Kai's side. He saluted the great emperors and then turned to look at Yang Kai. The hall was silent and no one spoke. But how could Yang Kai not know the purpose of Lei Hong's appearance here? He sighed softly and held out his hands. With a thought, the corpse of the great emperors Mingyu appeared in front of him. Although Mingyu was dead, she had been placed in the medicine garden during this time and had been protected by a variety of exotic flowers and grasses. The hole in her chest and the tattered clothes had also been treated by Yang Kai, so from the outside, it was as if she was sleeping peacefully. The great emperors looked at him with sorrowful expressions. Lei Hong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. He said in a trembling voice, "Welcome back, great emperors." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised his hands. This wasn't a kneel to Yang Kai but to Mingyu's corpse, so Yang Kai couldn't return the gesture. He solemnly placed Mingyu's corpse in Lei Hong's hands. Yang Kai's voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, ah." Lei Hong slowly shook his head and took the corpse of the great emperors before standing up. Yang Kai said, "None of the things carried by the great emperors have been touched. I asked Elder Lei to carefully check them with the other elders after returning to the palace." Lei Hong nodded. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai blushed with shame as he shook his head with a wry smile and asked, "How is Her Highness?" "Not very good." Lei Hong smiled bitterly. The fall of the great emperors was a natural phenomenon, and the star boundary mourned. Countless people sensed it, and as the daughter of the great emperors, Lan Sun naturally knew about it immediately and fainted on the spot. The masters of the emperor realm had no illness or disaster. But after that incident, Lan Sun fell seriously ill. Star Soul Palace had taken countless pills, but they still couldn't alleviate her symptoms. Even now, she was still recuperating in Star Soul Palace. However, Lei Hong couldn't explain too much to Yang Kai about this matter, so he simply said, "If Palace Master Yang has some free time, please come to Star Soul Palace. Perhaps you can enlighten the princess." How could Yang Kai have the face to see Lan Sun again, back in Heaven's Secret Valley? Although he didn't give her a full guarantee, he was her only hope. Now that he had failed her, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling guilty. But no matter how guilty he felt, no matter how ashamed he was, he still had to go to Star Soul Palace. Even if Lei Hong didn't ask, Yang Kai would still go. Nodding, he said, "Good, this junior will visit in a few days. Then this Lei will take his leave first." Lei Hong showed a grateful expression, and after bowing to the great emperors, he left with the bright moon corpse in his hand. After he left, Zhan Wuhen waved his hand and said with a tired expression, "You can leave too." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him. "Master, you won't punish me?" Zhan Wuhen said lightly, "If you want to be punished, this king can satisfy you." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, cupped his hands to the great emperors, and was about to leave. But he couldn't leave. There seemed to be another restriction in this hall that sealed the world, making his space divine technique useless. When he looked up, he saw Hua Linglong looking at him with a mischievous smile. Since the space divine technique was useless, he could only walk out. There was nothing to say. When he turned around, he heard someone calling from behind, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned around, looked at Li Shiqing and smiled slightly. "Junior sister, what's the matter?" This was the first time Li Shiqing had called him brother. Li Shiqing whispered, "Pinpeak, please don't make things difficult." These words were said without rhyme or reason, and even the great emperors present didn't understand. But how could Yang Kai not know what she was talking about? It was nothing more than asking him not to make things difficult for Huoluan and Mo Sheng, who lived in Pinpeak. During this time, Li Shiqing had a lot of contact with the two Demon King, and they got along well. Now that she was sent out of the small sealed world by Yang Kai, leaving Huoluan and Mo Sheng inside, their lives and deaths were under Yang Kai's control. So Li Shiqing naturally wanted to make plans for them. Yang Kai nodded immediately. "Junior sister, don't worry." Turning around again, he stepped out of the hall, and the door behind him slowly closed. The great emperors probably had other things to discuss. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and looked up at the sky, only to see 7-colored light flowing in the sky. It wasn't the work of a spirit array, but rather a natural phenomenon. There seemed to be something else hidden in the 7-colored light. Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be the 7 Mist Sea that Fan Xine mentioned before, the headquarters of the Star Boundaries 4 Territories Allied Forces, and the 54 Corps. Unsurprisingly, the 7-colored light attracted Yang Kai's interest. Just as he was looking carefully, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to the side, only to see a pretty figure standing at a corner, smiling sweetly at him. Her long hair was tied into a dozen small braids, making her look quite mischievous. Seeing him looking over, she even waved at him. Yang Kai also showed a knowing smile as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little girl, asking in surprise, "You came with your master?" The one standing here waiting for him was none other than Lin Yin, whom he had not seen for many years. The last time they met was also in the Western Territory. At that time, he had planned to take her to the High Heaven Palace, but during the transmission process, Lin Yin had gone missing. After that incident, Yang Kai investigated and concluded that some great master had destroyed the space array he had painstakingly arranged in the Western Territory, cutting off Lin Yin's transmission. At that time, he guessed that it was the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and later it was proven that it was indeed the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. A dignified Great Emperor, doing such a thing in secret was quite shameless. Another 20 years had passed since they parted ways. The little girl was no different from 20 years ago, still as lively and pretty as before. But the rapid growth of her cultivation gave Yang Kai a fright. Lin Yin was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and it seemed that she had been promoted for a long time, as her cultivation was extremely condensed. Yang Kai could not help but be a little dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that it was a blessing to have a good master. When Yang Yin took Lin Yin away from the Hung Luo Star Field, the little girl's cultivation had been so low, but now her cultivation progress was faster than his. While he was lamenting, Lin Yin moved her head closer and sniffed with her little nose. Yang Kai laughed and knocked her on the head. "Are you a puppy? What are you sniffing?" Lin Yin covered her head with both hands and pouted. "Uncle, you smell of another woman." This uncle sounded really cordial, but the content of her words was embarrassing. He had been separated from Yu Rumeng for several days, and even if he still had her scent, it would have faded. How could Lin Yin smell it? Yang Kai smiled gently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Lin Yin snorted. "Master said I have a dog's nose, so don't think you can hide from me." Saying so, she moved closer and sniffed with her eyes closed. Not daring to let her continue to smell him, Kai Yang stretched out a finger and poked her forehead, pushing her back an arm's length, sighing. "You came to find me, just to smell my scent?" Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something and giggled. She hugged Yang Kai's arm with both hands, and dragged him in a certain direction. Yang Kai blushed a little. "If you have something to say, just say it. How can you run around like this?" The little girl had grown up, and her chest was bulging. Being hugged like this, Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing softness on his arm. It would be fine if that was all. But the key was that Yang Kai clearly felt a divine thought lock on him, and it was full of malice. Needless to say, it was definitely Zhan Wuhen's divine thought. Yang Kai didn't understand why the great emperors were guarding against him, like he was guarding against a thief. Back then, he didn't hesitate to destroy his own law of space to prevent Lin Yin from going to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory with him. Now he was discussing important matters with the other great emperors, and he didn't forget to monitor him. Chapter 36:13. Although Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was not bad, it was still inferior to the great emperors. With Zhang Wuhen's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly monitor him. However, Zhang Wuhen deliberately leaked a trace of his aura to let him sense it. His meaning could not be more obvious. "I'm watching you, boy." He could not interfere with his precious disciple's actions, but this did not prevent him from giving Yang Kai a warning. Being dragged by Lin Yin all the way, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Along the way, they encountered many people in a hurry, obviously star boundary cultivators stationed in the Seven Mist Sea. But no matter who they were, they all smiled and saluted Lin Yin when they saw her. Only when they arrived outside a large hall did Lin Yin release Yang Kai's arm and point at the hall with a smile. It seemed that this was their destination. Yang Kai did not know why Lin Yin had brought him here, but before he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. This aroma was indescribably good, and even though Yang Kai was now an Emperor Realm Master and did not need to have a strong appetite, he was still tempted by this aroma. The aroma drifted and spread far away, and there were many people looking in their direction, licking their lips from time to time, looking like they were hungry. Lin Yin pushed open the door and pulled Yang Kai inside. The hall was empty, and there were no decorations. There was only a big black pot in the middle of the hall. Something was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling and steaming. There was a fire burning under the pot, and it was burning brightly. Next to the black pot, a dazzling beauty in a bright red dress was holding a ladle, scooping up some soup from the pot and drinking it. At first glance, it was obvious that the soup was boiling hot, but this beautiful woman didn't seem to care at all. After drinking several mouthfuls, she put down the ladle and smiled at Yang Kai, who was walking in with Lin Yin, her lustrous red lips parted slightly. "Little brat, you're in for a treat." Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior 9 Phoenix." The one guarding the black pot was none other than Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng. In terms of age, she was much older than Yang Kai, and in terms of seniority, she was from the same generation as Li Wuyi. Mo Shaoqi called her Aunt Feng. What's more, Lu Yan was under her tutelage, so he could be considered her disciple. Therefore, Yang Kai had always treated her as his own elder. The nine-headed phoenix was peerless, but at this moment, she was sitting cross-legged beside a big black pot with some unknown beast meat stewing in it. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt a strong visual impact. The firewood was ordinary firewood, and the fire was ordinary fire, but the pot was not ordinary. It was called Guei, and it was a rare treasure obtained by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Perhaps it was not as old as the mountains and rivers Bell, but its power was not inferior. The two had their own strengths. Lin Yin was Zhan Wuhen's only disciple, so naturally, her master would treasure anything good to his disciple. This Guei pot was given to Lin Yin by Zhan Wuhen for self-defense, but the little girl had always used it as a cooking stove. This was something that Yang Kai had learned more than 20 years ago. Lin Yin's identity was extraordinary. How many disciples of the great emperors were there in the entire star boundary? With Zhan Wuhen supporting her from behind, it could be said that no one in the entire star boundary dared to provoke her. The little girl also lived up to expectations. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors. And in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yang Kai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the Guei pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiufeng, Lin Yin had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. "Is it done? Is it done?" As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. "Let me see." Jiufeng responded. Then, she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yin was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiufeng scooped up another piece, the third piece. Lin Yin kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. "Yin, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left." Lin Yin's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll do it myself." In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the Guei pot, and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this Guei pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yin. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiufeng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled, "Although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much." The food stewed by Gui Yi was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth. And the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic, which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. Glip-tongued, Jiufeng snorted coldly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand, and a wine jar appeared out of thin air, flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it casually, lifted the wine seal with his thumb, and smelled the wine aroma. Suddenly, he was shocked, knowing that this wine was a peerless wine, something that could not be drunk easily. Drinking wine with one's head raised, and eating meat with one's head lowered. Lin Yin'er watched enviously from the side, her eyes shining as she said to Jiufeng, "Auntie Feng, I want some too." Jiufeng didn't raise her head. She just waved her hand and said, "Why would a child drink wine? Go drink soup." Lin Yin'er immediately pouted her lips. She was very unhappy. A burly Dao Source Realm cultivator came in uninvited from outside. He was burly and had a fierce aura, like an iron tower. He was definitely a warrior who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. But at this moment, this tower-like warrior was nodding and bowing with a flattering look on his face. He held a big bowl in his hand and walked up to them, licking his lips and saying, "Master, please eat the meat. This little one wants some soup to drink." Lin Yin'er and Jiufeng didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. Lin Yin'er didn't raise her hand at all. She just focused on the stew in the pot. Jiufeng just waved her hand and said, "Do it yourself." "Thank you, Granny Jiufeng. Granny Jiufeng may live as long as the heavens and prosper." After the nonsensical flattery of Ayu, the burly man suddenly turned around and shouted, "Come in. Granny Jiufeng told us to do it ourselves." With a clatter, hundreds of people poured in from the outside, each holding a big bowl. When they came in, they nodded and bowed, constantly flattering. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although there were many people, they were not in a mess. They took the initiative to line up, and one by one scooped a bowl of meat soup from the pot with the big bowls in their hands. After saying a few flattering words, they ran out to drink the soup. The return to one pot placed in front of them was only one size bigger than the pot used by ordinary farmers. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for it to hold so much soup. But in fact, Yang Kai and the others had eaten and drunk until now. Not to mention 3 people. Even 50 people's portions had been eaten. Now another 100 people each took a bowl of meat soup, but the contents in the pot did not decrease. Inside the return to one pot, there was a mysterious universe. Whether it was the meat or the soup, they all contained a lot of energy. Those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to enjoy such a good meal. Therefore, the cultivator who came in only drank the soup, and did not eat the meat. It was not that Jiufeng or Lin Yin'er were stingy, but that those people were not strong enough. After eating and drinking for half a day, Lin Yin'er was the first to give up. While eating, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fell on her back. Yang Kai was shocked. When he was about to go forward to check, Jiufeng said, "Don't worry about her. The little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Every time she makes herself like this, she never learns her lesson. Will something happen to her?" Yang Kai was a little worried. He could clearly see that Lin Yin'er's stomach was bloated, and there was a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. It was not that she had eaten something bad, but that she was circulating her cultivation method and refining it. What can happen? Jiufeng curled her lips. Yang Kai thought about it and agreed. Now Zhan Wuhen was in the 7 Mist Sea, although the divine sense that had locked onto him had been withdrawn. Judging from his precious attitude towards Lin Yin'er, if something really happened to the little girl, Zhan Wuhen would be the first to run over. Now that even Zhan Wuhen did not show up, Lin Yin'er must be fine. Feeling relieved, Kai Yang continued to eat heartily. A day later, Lin Yun recovered and rejoined the battle. Jiao Feng, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and Lin Yun had a special physique. But relatively speaking, Yang Kai had obviously advanced not long ago, yet Yang Kai had been eating and drinking without much reaction. On the contrary, Lin Yun had already rested midway. It could be seen that even though Lin Yun's cultivation speed was faster than Yang Kai's, her foundation was not as good as Yang Kai's. However, thinking about Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, Jiao Feng was relieved. Under the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon. The food that such a huge creature could eat was naturally not something a little girl could compare to. Although Yang Kai had not used the dragon transformation art yet, the foundation of his half-dragon body was still there. Chapter 36:14. After an unknown period of time, the three of them were lying on the cold ground, each of them rubbing their round bellies with a satisfied expression on their faces. The big black pot was already empty. Not even a drop of soup was left. Jiao Feng suddenly said, "Boy, the great emperors asked you to go to the demon territory with the intention of letting you guide the Bright Moon Master." Heaven's Revelations Master had already expected that the Bright Moon Master would die in the demon territory, so you don't have to blame yourself. The dead are gone, and now you can be considered to have inherited the opportunity of the Bright Moon Master. So you can't take it lightly. You should move forward bravely, so that you can live up to the expectations of the Bright Moon Master. Senior's teachings, I will remember them. Jiao Feng scolded with a smile. Teach my ass. It's your own business whether you want to accept it or not. But since you've obtained that fortune now, then you absolutely can't waste it. Otherwise, you'll only be letting yourself down. Yang Kai nodded gently and asked, "How is junior sister Xiaoqi now?" Jiao Feng said, "In this chaotic world, the master is worried about her running around outside, so he arranged for her to cultivate in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. That girl has good qualifications, but she is a little playful. If she succeeds in her cultivation this time, her strength will improve greatly. You have to work hard, or you won't even be comparable to Xiaoqi." Yang Kai chuckled. Of course not. While speaking, he slowly got up. His body shook, and the bones all over his body cracked. His eyes were bright. Lin Yun also got up and blinked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and patted her head. "Thank you, Yin." His depressed mood relaxed a lot after eating for a while. The fog in front of him slowly dissipated, and the future path was much clearer. Lin Yin shook her head slowly. She didn't do anything, just treating Yang Kai to a delicious meal. "Take good care of yourself," Yang Kai told her, and then said to Jiao Feng, "Thank you for your enlightenment, senior. I will leave first." Jiao Feng narrowed her eyes, too lazy to move, and ignored him. Yang Kai turned and walked out of the hall. When he opened the door, he saw a person waiting for him by the door. Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly cupped his hands. "Senior." Li Wui smiled gently, grabbed his hand, and then stuffed something into his hand. Looking at it, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Senior, it's not for you," Li said. "You have the sealed world bead, so I'm afraid." Li Wui smiled and said, "I've already removed all of the restrictions within it. You only need to refine it a little before you can use it." What Li Wui gave him was none other than his boundless mountain. If it were anything else, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about it, but he was really interested in this thing. Yang Kai accepted it and thanked him. Li Wui nodded and stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hand, and then waved his hand, not allowing Yang Kai to say anything more. "I'm busy with military affairs, so I won't talk to you anymore. You've just returned to the star boundary, so I'm afraid you have many things to take care of." As he spoke, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai held the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He was overjoyed. It was another thing he needed. Li Wui had probably seen through his thoughts. Otherwise, why would he deliberately send these two things over? Carefully putting away the jade slip and empty mountain, Yang Kai grinned silently and looked up at the seven-colored light flowing in the sky. his heart filled with emotion. So good, the star boundary is so good. Here there were like-minded friends, amiable elders, as well as family members and fellow disciples that he was worried about. Thinking of his family, Yang Kai couldn't wait to return to the High Heaven Palace. So he immediately urged the Space Divine Technique to stimulate the Space Spirit Bead that was closely connected to Su Yan. However, the path ahead was blocked, and he couldn't go back. Jiufeng had gotten up at some point and was leaning lazily against the door frame, looking at him with disdain. Are you stupid? The High Heaven Palace has been sealed off for several years. The sect is covered in a large spirit array, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Is the Space Spirit Bead useful? Yang Kai was very embarrassed. Only now did he understand why he couldn't go back. Under the operation of the sect sealing array, the Space Spirit Bead really couldn't be connected. He cupped his fists and said, "Please tell me where the nearest space array is, Senior." "There is one in the Seven Mist Sea. Go there yourself." Jiufeng pointed in a direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something over. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a black token with the word "You" on the front. He didn't know what the words on the token meant, but Yang Kai could guess that this token should be a proof of identity. After all, the space array must be heavily guarded. If he didn't have something to prove his identity, he wouldn't be able to get close at will. Zhang Xian put away the token and flew in the direction that the nine-headed phoenix pointed to. At this moment, Yang Kai was eager to go back. The time he spent in the demon territory wasn't long, only a few years. In the past, Yang Kai had left home for 10 to 20 years, or even longer. But he had never been as worried as he was now. It was because the star boundary was peaceful in the past, but now the two worlds were at war. Even though he knew that the High Heaven Palace had been sealed off for a long time, and didn't even participate in the war of the two worlds, he still couldn't help but worry from the bottom of his heart. Now he could finally go back. The Seven Fog Sea was very big, but Yang Kai was very fast. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the space array. Sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Just the Emperor realm alone had more than a dozen people. Yang Kai even felt the aura of a fake emperor hiding. Just as he was 1,000 feet away from the space array, dozens of auras locked onto him. However, with the token given by Jiufeng, his journey was smooth. When he got close, he handed over the token and had his identity verified. Only then was he allowed to pass. A light flashed on the space array, and Yang Kai disappeared. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. The disciples who were meditating around stepped forward and were about to ask about the identity of the person who came. But when they saw Yang Kai's familiar face, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of the girls even cried out in a low voice, "Palace Master?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Little Yi." The girl was Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect in the Eastern Territory, Yi Hen. After Thousand Leaves sect was merged into the High Heaven Palace, the several hundred disciples of Thousand Leaves sect naturally became disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Yi Jinghan and Yang Kai weren't strangers, so she naturally recognized Yang Kai immediately. The dozen or so disciples in the hall immediately became excited and gathered around him, cupping their fists and bowing. "Greetings, Palace Master. Welcome back to the palace." Although they were bowing, all of them raised their heads to look at Yang Kai, their eyes shining with joy. It was too sudden. Yang Kai had returned without any warning, so none of them were mentally prepared for it. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar young faces, Yang Kai smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Raising his hand, he said, "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." Everyone stood up, but in the next moment, Yi Jinghan, whose face was flushed from excitement, suddenly changed. Turning her head to look at the other disciples, she said, "Palace Master has returned to the palace. This is a big secret. If anyone dares to leak a single word about it, they will be a traitor of our High Heaven Palace. I don't dare to say this to others, but I, Yi Jinghan, will definitely make them suffer." Yang Kai was still a traitor of the Star Boundary and had betrayed the demon territory a few years ago. He had fought a fierce battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor in front of Roaring Tiger City, but had luckily escaped. After that, he was chased down by Li Wuyi and fled to the demon territory. If news of his return to the palace were to spread, it would probably attract countless apologists to slay demons. How could the disciples not be clear about this? They immediately nodded solemnly and promised, "We won't leak it. It's not that serious." Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "I'm back." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner of the High Heaven Palace, as if he was speaking softly in everyone's ears. Yi Jinghan's face changed once again, and she was on the verge of tears. "Palace Master, there are outsiders in our palace. It wouldn't be a big deal if they were just disciples of their own sect. After all, 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. There were also some disciples like the Thousand Leaves sect and the Qin family from Maplewood City. These people had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so even if Yang Kai had become the demon race's traitor, they wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal, nor would they do anything that would be detrimental to the High Heaven Palace. However, what kind of place was the High Heaven Palace now? It was the logistics base of the entire Star Boundary. Every day, every month, a large amount of spirit pills and artifacts would be sent to the front lines from here. Not only were there many alchemists and artifact refiners from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary gathered here, there were also some support personnel. There were at least 20,000 people from the outside world. With Yang Kai's shout, how could news of his return be concealed? It would probably spread across the entire Star Boundary very quickly. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely face a great calamity. Yi Jinghan was extremely anxious, but Yang Kai acted as though nothing had happened. Tilting his head, he said with a smile, "Listen. Listen to what?" Yi Jinghan didn't hear anything. Originally, there was still some movement within the High Heaven Palace. However, after Yang Kai shouted those words, the entire High Heaven Palace suddenly quieted down. In the next instant, chaos broke out. In a secret room on the Lingxiao Peak, a pure white figure suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. There was a wanton light in her eyes. Immediately, she stood up and the door of the secret room opened with a bang. Before the door was fully opened, the pure white figure had already shot out. Just as she left High Heaven Peak, a woman with fiery red hair and a graceful figure appeared beside her. The two women stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, before Zhu Qing said, "His voice." As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, as though she didn't dare to believe it. Su Yan nodded lightly and revealed a smile. The originally cold and frosty woman lost all color in that smile, leaving only the radiance of that smile. "He's back." Chapter 36:15. Unlike Zhu Qing, Su Yan and Yang Kai had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense each other's existence. "Are you really back?" Zhu Qing was stunned as she stared towards the space array, her figure flickering as if she wanted to rush over. But she held back and instead turned to Su Yan and asked, "Is there anything wrong with me?" Su Yan smiled and nodded. "Everything is fine." If these words were said by Shanqing Luo, Zhu Qing would never believe them. But since it was Su Yan who said it, there was no problem. After getting along with her for several years, Zhu Qing understood Su Yan's character very well. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, kind and trustworthy. On the other hand, Shanqing Luo's dragon lady had repeatedly caused trouble for her, and even after being taught a lesson several times, she still did not repent. The relationship between the two women was not harmonious, not because of jealousy, but because Shanqing Luo instinctively felt that Zhu Qing was not pleasing to the eye. Not only Zhu Qing, but she also felt that all the dragon race were not pleasing to the eye. This could not be helped as the beguiling demon queen possessed the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was also an ancient divine spirit. So if the dragon race claimed to be the leader of the divine spirits, Wouldn't that be the same as riding on her head? Shanqing Luo naturally did not find Zhu Qing pleasing to the eye, but the gap between the two women's cultivations was not small, so she had suffered losses at Zhu Qing's hands several times. Hearing Su Yan say that she was fine, Zhu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, from a nearby spirit peak, Shuiyu's figure also flew over, and was about to ask when she saw Su Yan nod slightly to her. Shuiyu covered her red lips as her beautiful eyes trembled. Medicine Pill Peak was originally the spirit peak of the High Heaven Palace's alchemy division, and the territory of Jiying, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Now, it had gathered the best alchemists in the entire Star Territory, and could be said to be a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. On Medicine Dan Peak, there were no less than 1,000 large and small pill rooms. Every day, countless pills were produced here. The entire Medicine Dan Peak was now shrouded in a strange pill fragrance. Anyone who was within 10 miles of Medicine Dan Peak would be able to smell all kinds of pill fragrances. At this moment, under Medicine Pill Peak, in a huge pill room, beside a rotating pill furnace, the veiled Xia Ningchang's forehead was covered in sweat. Her hands were constantly forming seals. 10 meters in front of her, on the other side of the pill furnace, Ji Ying looked solemn and meticulous. She was also constantly changing her own seals, complimenting Xia Ningchang. Around them, there were more than a dozen people, old and young, both men and women, standing and watching from a distance. Each of them was wearing white robes with flower and leaf patterns embroidered on their chests. These dozen people were all Dao Source grade alchemists, and 2 of them were even Emperor Realm alchemists. More than a dozen famous alchemists were watching Xia Ningchang and Ji Ying's alchemy. From time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across their faces. Occasionally, they would gently nod, as if they had suddenly realized something, and all of them had benefited greatly. Although these alchemists were not ordinary, and each of them was a consecrated alchemist of their respective sects, the ones who were refining pills at this moment were the 2 disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Needless to say, Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. In the eyes of these alchemists, Xia Ningchang was simply a legendary existence. Although the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had not accepted Ji Ying as a disciple, it was only because the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had said that Ji Ying would be his last disciple when he accepted Ji Ying. The wondrous Pill Great Emperors could not slap their own faces. Therefore, when Ji Ying brought Xia Ningchang to Medicine Pill Valley, although the wondrous Pill Great Emperors cherished talent, they still had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. However, good jade was hard to find, and not accepting a disciple did not mean that they would not teach him. Xia Ningchang and the wondrous Pill Great Emperors did not have a master and disciple status, but it was a fact that they were master and disciple. In addition, Xia Ningchang had a special physique, the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was almost specifically designed for alchemy, so the wondrous Pill Great Emperors valued him even more than their own disciples. Over the years, they had not held back anything, and had taught him everything they knew. Observing these 2 alchemists up close, the alchemists from various territories were naturally eager to see them perform alchemy, all of them wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs and throw them into their pill furnaces for a closer look. Just as they were watching with relish, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. The expressions of the more than a dozen alchemists, who were watching with great interest, suddenly changed, and displeasure appeared on their faces. During alchemy, the most taboo thing to do was to disturb someone. The alchemy room was an important place, so naturally, there was a barrier around it that prevented any noise from reaching this place. Unless someone used a mysterious divine technique to bypass the barrier, one would need to be extremely strong to accomplish this. But since this person possessed such strength, they should also be thinking about the overall situation. Who would disturb the alchemy process of Medicine Pill Peak for no reason? On top of that, this voice sounded very unfamiliar, as if they had never heard it before. But no matter who it was, they would definitely be in for some bad luck. If this person had disturbed an ordinary alchemist while they were performing alchemy, it would have been fine. But who was actually performing alchemy here? Xia Ningcheng's expression also changed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. His state of mind suddenly fluctuated, and the seals he was making were no longer as smooth as before. As soon as his hand seals changed, a crackling sound rang out from the originally stable pill furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he looked up towards Xia Ningchang with a pleading look on his face. The pill he was refining today was no trivial matter. Just the preparation of the materials alone had taken him a month, and he had even specifically sought out Xia Ningchang to cooperate with him. Now that he was just 2 hours away from completing the pill furnace, he never expected to hear this person's voice here. Ji Ying suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Xia Ningchang raised her eyes and met her fifth brother's gaze with an apologetic look. Ji Ying immediately shouted, "Half of 100 steps is 90, little junior sister must not be distracted, stay calm." This shout startled the dozen or so alchemists who were watching. This was not the first time they had watched Ji Ying perform alchemy, but no matter what kind of pill they were refining, Ji Ying had always remained calm and collected. Never once had he been so flustered and exasperated. The crackling sound became even more violent, and the originally calm pill furnace was now filled with turbulent world energy, causing the huge pill furnace to shrink and expand. The situation was not good. The dozen or so alchemists who were watching all gasped. They had all practiced alchemy for countless years and possessed extraordinary eyesight. So how could they not know that this situation was a sign of a furnace explosion? A furnace explosion was something that only occurred among alchemy novices. As long as one had been immersed in the alchemic Tao for a few years, they would almost never make such a mistake. It could be said that a furnace explosion was the most basic mistake in alchemy. Hong long long. The pill furnace shrank and expanded more and more violently. Ji Ying's hands fluttered like butterflies as he tried to maintain the stability of the pill furnace. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, "Little junior sister, calm down. Since he has returned, you will see him sooner or later. There is no need to be anxious. You should know that when two people are in love with each other for a long time, there is no need to be so impatient." After so much persuasion, he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Ningchang. The response he received was only 3 words. Xia Ningchang's face was full of guilt. "I'm sorry." As soon as he said this, Ji Ying's face turned pale, and with a loud bang, the huge pill furnace exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. The pill liquid inside the pill furnace also splashed everywhere, filling the alchemy room with smoke. The entire alchemy room was a mess. Energy swirled around as the dozen or so alchemists each cast their own protective spells. After a series of crackling sounds mixed with cries of alarm, the alchemy room quieted down again. A moment later, the fog dissipated, revealing the dozen or so alchemy grandmasters and grandmasters. All of them were covered in dust and dirt, and were in a sorry state. Many of their pure white robes were dyed dark green by the pill liquid. If the dozen or so people watching from afar were in such a state, Ji Ying's situation was even worse. In fact, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, it wasn't a problem for him to protect himself. However, the moment the pill furnace exploded, he also lost control of his mind. At this moment, he was in a more sorry state than anyone else. His entire body was dyed dark green, and the pill liquid flowed down his cheeks to his chin, dripping to the ground. Ji Ying seemed to be unaware of this. He spread out his hands and still maintained the posture of the last seal. He stood there as if someone had cast a spell on him. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the blow Ji Ying had suffered was not small, not to mention how much time and effort Ji Ying had spent to refine today's spirit pills. Just the fact that his furnace had exploded in front of so many alchemists was a great loss of face. If it were any other alchemist who encountered this situation, they would not be able to accept it, not to mention he was representing Medicine Pill Valley. He had lost the face of the great emperors of wondrous Pill Valley. Bastard! An old man plucked a pill furnace fragment from his hair and threw it to the ground. His face filled with anger as he roared, Who was so bold as to disturb Grandmaster Ji and Grandmaster Xia's alchemy? How presumptuous! After a pause, he coughed lightly and said in a soothing tone, Grandmaster Ji, you don't need to mind. Today's fault does not lie with the two Grandmasters, but with the person who disturbed. And where did Grandmaster Xia go? It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Xia Ningchang, who was still here a moment ago, had actually disappeared without a trace. Turning their heads to look, they saw that the door to the pill recipe was wide open, and Xia Ningchang had already run out. Who was that person? Daring to be so rude. We must investigate this matter clearly. We must investigate. We have worked so hard here to refine spirit pills and send them to the battlefield to protect our human race. But not only did this person not cooperate, he actually disturbed us at a critical moment, causing the refinement of such a good spirit pill to fail. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. That person's voice was unfamiliar to me. Do you know who he was? The old man who spoke before asked. Everyone shook their heads. Jiying gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai, little thief, this king and you are irreconcilable. His angry roar soared to the sky. While Medicine Pill Peak was in chaos, Spirit Artifact Peak was not much better off. Inside the artifact workshop, High Heaven Palace's chief artifact refiner, Grandmaster Hou Yu, was sleeping soundly on a soft couch, completely ignoring the people coming and going around. The clanging sounds did not disturb her at all, and she was holding a wine jar in her arms, her body reeking of alcohol. When the voice entered her ears, Hou Yu opened her eyes and jumped up, shouting, Hurry up, no one is allowed to be lazy. If anyone dares to be lazy, this grand aunt will not let them off. No one paid attention to her, as if they did not hear her words. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only a young servant in blue clothes ran over and said with a sad face, Grandaunt, if you want to drink, go drink somewhere else. Don't disturb everyone here, okay? Chapter 36:16. The originally orderly High Heaven Palace became noisy and chaotic because of Yang Kai's words. Various colored lights flew up from the various peaks and rushed over. In front of the main hall where the space array was located, Yang Kai was smiling happily, while Yi Jinghan stood beside him. Originally, she had a worried frown on her face, but when she saw the expression on Yang Kai's face, the worry in her heart slowly dissipated and her furrowed brow relaxed. Palace Master is smiling so happily. How can he smile so happily? However, his smile was so contagious that she couldn't help but smile as well. The first to fly over was High Heaven Palace's chief steward, Hua Qingxi, and she didn't come alone. Instead, she came together with the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. The reason why they were the first to arrive wasn't because they were the fastest. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. And it wasn't that there weren't other cultivators in the High Heaven Palace who were stronger than them. The reason for this was because they were patrolling nearby. Seeing the familiar figure from afar, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were overjoyed. They landed and cupped their fists. Subordinates greet Palace Master. We welcome Palace Master back to the palace. Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Thank you for your hard work while this Palace Master wasn't here. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. It wasn't hard at all. Bian Yuqing also said, It was our duty. Looking at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated gaze, she couldn't help but recall the first time she saw him. At that time, he and Lu Xianyan had just arrived from the lower world star territory and were captured by her subordinate, Ko Wu, and brought back to the Blue Feather sect. Who would have thought that in just a few short decades, this person would become the sect master of one of the top sects in the Northern Territory? She, who could control his life and death back then, was now being sheltered under his wings. She could even say that it was thanks to him that she was able to break through to the Emperor realm. Recalling the events of the past, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall Ko Wu, who had risked his life to protect him. Outside Maplewood City's Spirit Lake Palace, Ko Wu had risked his life to protect Yang Kai, but not even his bones remained. Following closely behind Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, a five-colored ray of light shot over from afar. When it got close, the light dispersed, revealing 5 figures. Yang Kai raised his brow and cupped his fists. Congratulations to several seniors for breaking through to the Emperor realm. The 5 people in the second batch were Gui Zhu, Qi Yu, Aio, Gutsong Yin and Chai Hu. Among the 5, aside from Chai Hu, the other 4 had arrived in the star boundary from the lower world star territory with Yang Kai. However, after the Starlight Avenue collapsed, everyone was separated and only met later. In the past, there was also Wu Dao, who was the most powerful origin king in the Hung Luo star field. Unfortunately, the heavenly way was unpredictable. Wu Dao couldn't withstand the world energy baptism when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and died. As for the other 4, when they first arrived in the star boundary, life was difficult. Fortunately, they met Chai Hu, and with his help, they were able to gradually gain a foothold. Later on, the 4 of them became sworn brothers with Chai Hu. Today, there was a 5 sacred peaks in the High Heaven Palace, which was their cultivation ground. The last time Yang Kai saw them, they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Now they had all broken through to the Emperor realm, which was truly worthy of celebration. Of course, this was due to the star boundary's world energy tide, but more importantly, the aptitudes of these 5 people were quite good. There was no need to mention Gui Zhu and the others. Being able to jump out of the rut of the lower world star territory meant that they were peerless geniuses. Although Chai Hu's aptitude was slightly worse, it was still pretty good. The High Heaven Palace had abundant cultivation resources, and due to the mountain being sealed, everyone had been in secluded cultivation, working hard to become stronger. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the 5 of them to have made some progress. Furthermore, Yang Kai also discovered that the 5 of them should have cultivated an incredible divine technique together. The 5-colored light was the most obvious sign of this. At this moment, although the 5 of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, their auras were closely linked, almost becoming one. Even an ordinary Second-Order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be their opponent. Gui Zhu let out a strange laugh. Palace Master, you've finally returned. Are we going to kill our way out? This king is about to go moldy. Gui Zhu had an evil personality. Back then, Yang Kai had almost died at his hands. When he was still in the lower world star territory, he could summon the wind and summon the rain with his origin king realm cultivation, not putting anyone in his eyes. But ever since he came to the star boundary, he found that his cultivation was only at the bottom. Not only was his cultivation insufficient, he also had to work hard to make a living. Later, although he met Yang Kai and came to the High Heaven Palace, his life had stabilized. But he had always been in secluded cultivation. Now that he had the heritage of the Emperor realm, Gui Zhu was itching to kill some blind people and sacrifice them to him. Qi Yu immediately glared at Gui Zhu. Kill what? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. She then turned to Yang Kai. Is it okay for you to come back? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and was about to explain when he suddenly saw another group of people flying over. This time, the people who came were not outsiders, but old friends of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect. Even High Heaven Pavilion in the central capital Grand Master Ling Taisu, Meng Wuya martial ancestor Chu Ling Xiao, several martial uncles Old Demon, Xiui Meng, Dong Qing Han. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Although he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, most of the people who came were his elders, so if he didn't salute them, who would? After greeting the elders one by one, Yang Kai began asking questions. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective worlds with extraordinary aptitude, but because they had only been in the star boundary for a short time, their current achievements were not as good as Gui Zhu and the others who had come here before them, but they were all above the Dao Source realm, and basically all of them were second or third order. Seeing Yang Kai looking around while asking questions, Meng Wuya squinted at him and asked, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Nothing, I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm just looking for something." Meng Wuya snorted, "I'm afraid you're looking for your wives, right? Boy, I'm not talking about you, but you should restrain yourself a little. Just count how many women you've provoked, And how many wives you found? When you were in the star territory, there were already 4. And now here in the star boundary, there's actually 1 more. You provoked them, but you didn't take good care of them. You ran around all day, leaving them alone in an empty room, worried about your safety, afraid that one day they would hear the news of you dying outside. Do you feel good about it? Yang Kai bowed his head and listened with a guilty expression. What senior says is right. If you know you're wrong, you should change. Meng Wuya said with a serious expression. You can't go out and flirt anymore. Yang Kai felt guilty. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Grand Master came to the rescue. Ling Tai-su smiled and said, I met them on the way here. They went to pick up your parents. After Su Yan and the others heard Yang Kai's voice, although they couldn't wait to come over and see, they still immediately ran to the Spirit Peak, where 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju were, preparing to bring the 2 elders over. Although 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju's cultivation had improved after coming to the star boundary, they were still far from being comparable to those heavens chosen. Right now their cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, so their speed was naturally extremely slow. It was also with this in mind that Su Yan and the others decided to go over. Just as they were talking, several figures rushed over. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but stare. It wasn't joy but surprise. Su Yan Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo Xianing Chang. All of them had come. And even Zhu Qing was there. What surprised Yang Kai was Zhu Qing. Why was she here? When Yang Kai went to Dragon Island, he was ready to bring Zhu Qing back to High Heaven Palace to meet his parents and get to know Su Yan and the others, so as to avoid any awkwardness when they met in the future. However, Zhu Qing had scruples at that time, so she didn't return to High Heaven Palace with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that when he came back this time, he would see Zhu Qing and Su Yan running side by side. And from the looks of it, they were getting along well. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, his parents had arrived in front of him, and Yang Kai quickly went up to greet them. Before he could speak, Dong Suju burst into tears. After a while, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, Little brat, why did you come back? If you want to come back, just come back. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Did your mother not teach you how to write the word death when you were a child? Why did I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? She scolded him without any explanation. And Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of temper. What kind of temper could he have? Not to mention that Yang Kai was only a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master now. Even if he really became one of the great emperors, he could only accept the scolding. 4th Master Yang, who was behind them, also had a cold expression on his face, as if he expected better from Yang Kai. A few years ago, before Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had already hinted to Su Yan and the others several times. Later, the news of Yang Kai becoming the demon race's traitor reached the High Heaven Palace, leading to the High Heaven Palace's closure. Dong Suju fainted on the spot, and 4th Master Yang fell seriously ill because of it. Although Su Yan and the others had advised them many times, and even pointed out that this might be a show deliberately put on by Yang Kai, without the great emperors personally admitting it, how could Dong Suju and 4th Master Yang dare to believe it? In the past few years, the husband and wife had prayed every day, not asking for Yang Kai to be cleared of his crimes, but only for him to be safe and healthy for the rest of his life. Dong Suju, who had always lived like a young girl, now had more than a dozen strands of white hair, which was a testament to her parents' sincerity. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually come back, and even deliberately shout? Dong Suju was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Hurry up and leave before the news spreads, Dong Suju said as she pulled Yang Kai and ran towards the space array. As she pulled, she stared at Yang Kai's face without blinking, as if she wanted to take one more look, and one more look, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her eyes forever, and brand it into the depths of her soul. Mother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's eyes were a little sore, and he quickly comforted her. It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? It's a big deal. Dong Suju stomped her feet. But with her current cultivation, if Yang Kai didn't want to, how could she pull him? After a few failed tugs, she suddenly became anxious. Are you going or not, silly boy? It's really okay. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Suju's face suddenly became cold, and she said angrily, You're not going, are you? If you don't go. She turned her head and looked around. Then her slender jade finger suddenly pointed at Fourth Master Yang. If you don't go, your father will die in front of you. Fourth Master Yang was startled, and then he nodded with a dignified expression, as if he really dared to die if she didn't go. Chapter 36:17. I have already met the great emperors. Yang Kai gently patted Dong Suju's arm. Dong Suju's movements paused, and her anxious face relaxed. She asked nervously, Which great emperors have you met? Yang Kai counted with his fingers. The Iron Blood Master, the Beast Warrior Master, the Flower Shadow Master, and the Serene Soul Master. Dong Suju blinked. You're not lying to me? You really went to meet the Four Master? Yang Kai laughed. Even if I lie to anyone, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I just came back from the Seven Fog Sea. If Mother doesn't believe me, I can send you to the Seven Fog Sea right now to confront the Master. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe them. Dong Suju completely relaxed. She glared at Yang Kai and said, The Master is very busy. You can't just go and find them as you please. You really don't know what's important. She was already an adult, yet she still acted like a young girl. It didn't feel awkward at all. After she finished speaking, she ignored Yang Kai and walked back the way she came with her hands behind her back. When she passed by Fourth Master Yang, she pulled him. Let's go, let's go. What are you standing there for? Fourth Master Yang couldn't resist and was dragged away. He didn't even have time to say a word to Yang Kai. However, compared to the panic and anxiety they had when they came, Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were much more relaxed when they left. Since they had met the four great emperors at the Seven Fog Sea and could still return safely, it meant that the previous matter was no longer a problem. Falling to become the demon race and betraying the star boundary was just a show. In the past few years, Su Yan and the others had often told them this. But how could they dare to believe it? Until now. If the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju could understand this, the others naturally could as well. For a moment, everyone was overjoyed. They felt that the dark clouds that had been pressing down on their heads for several years had finally dispersed. The entire High Heaven Palace seemed to have become much brighter. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his parents to come in such a hurry and leave so quickly. He still had a lot to say to his parents. However, he soon understood what the two elders meant. This was to give him some space to interact with Su Yan and the others. After all, if they were here, even if Yang Kai wanted to, he wouldn't be able to get too close to the madams. After Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang left, the others didn't have the nerve to stay and disturb the reunion between Yang Kai and Su Yan and the others, so they all found excuses to disperse. Originally, they had heard Yang Kai's voice and came to take a look. Now that they had seen him and learned that he had met the great emperors, there would be a time for them to talk in the future. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all left, leaving only Su Yan and the others standing not far away. Pairs of beautiful eyes were looking at them tenderly. A few kilometers away, the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were walking side by side at a leisurely pace. The Fourth Master Yang frowned and couldn't suppress his curiosity, asking in a low voice, If that smelly brat really didn't leave just now, would you really want me to threaten him with my life? Dong Suju glanced over at him, leaned over, and took his arm, smiling as she asked, Do you know how to? Yes. The Fourth Master Yang nodded. If Yang Kai hadn't met the great emperors, he really would have done so. Dong Suju leaned her head on his shoulder. I can't bear to let you die. The Fourth Master Yang twisted his shoulder and coughed lightly. We're an old married couple, be careful outside. What's the matter? Just as they were talking, Dong Suju suddenly saw a group of people flying over, and quickly let go of the Fourth Master Yang's arm, putting on a dignified appearance. When the group of people approached, Dong Suju smiled and greeted, Grandmaster Ji. The one who came was Ji Ying. followed by a group of men and women old and young, more than a dozen of them. Dong Suju recognized them as alchemy grandmasters from various territories in the star boundary. Madame Dong, fourth Master Yang. Jiying returned the greeting, his expression cold. Although his cultivation and status were much higher than Dong Suju and her husband, they were Yang Kai's parents. Even though he was a disciple of the great emperors, he didn't dare to slight them. Dong Suju curiously asked, "What is Grandmaster Ji doing?" She saw Ji Ying's aggressive posture, and the people behind him all filled with righteous indignation, looking like they were going to collect a debt. Moreover, looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed like they were going to Yang Kai's residence. So she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "It's nothing. I heard that the palace master has returned to the sect, so Jiying is going to pay his respects." Although Jiying was annoyed with Yang Kai's actions, in front of Dong Suju, he was too embarrassed to say that he was going to cause trouble for his son. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. So after saying so, he excused himself and led the dozen or so alchemists away. Dong Suju looked back and frowned slightly, but soon her frown relaxed. She also knew that even if Yang Kai had somehow provoked Jiying, Jiying wouldn't do anything to her son. At most, he would just curse him a few times. Sure enough, a moment later, Jiying's angry roar came from the other side. "Palace Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. This Ji really missed you." Yang Kai was speechless. He had finally cleared the area and was about to have a good chat with the madams. But before he could figure out why Zhu Qing was here, Jiying had already run over. If he had come alone, it would have been fine. But he had brought more than a dozen people with him. When he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if he couldn't wait to eat his own flesh and drink his own blood. How could he possibly miss him? Xia Ningchang wore an apologetic expression and hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, please calm your anger. This matter is junior sister's fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Husband." Jiying raised his hand and stopped her. "Little junior sister, please don't say too much. Today, I am only looking for Yang Kai." As soon as his voice fell, another person jumped out, pointed a finger at Yang Kai, and angrily shouted, "Evil demon, you still have the face to come back?" As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai didn't react, but Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others glared at the man, especially Zhu Qing. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and her dragon pressure enveloped the man, causing his face to immediately turn pale. Although the person who spoke was a famous Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist, his cultivation was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he bear the pressure of a ninth-order dragon? And this was only because Zhu Qing had held back. If she had used her full strength, he would have fainted immediately. Jiying also frowned, although he was annoyed that Yang Kai had ruined his alchemy business. And it wasn't the first time he had done so. There had been precedents before, but this time it was more serious. However, he had never thought of blaming Yang Kai for being an evil demon. He was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race and entered the demon territory, because he had another important task to take care of. The rumors outside were just misleading by the great emperors, but since that person had said it, he couldn't explain anything. After all, he didn't know if Yang Kai had received the approval of the great emperors. Xia Ningchang turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. "Grandmaster Zhou, you've misunderstood. My husband is not an evil demon." Grandmaster Zhou looked distressed. He disobeyed the great emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, and his demonic intent was born. He fell and became the demon race, then betrayed the star boundary, and became the demon race's territory. If he isn't an evil demon, then what is he? Grandmaster Xia, don't be fooled by him. Evil demons are all ruthless and heartless. Come back quickly. Although this Zhou is not talented, if he can protect Grandmaster Xia, what harm is there in risking my life? As soon as these words came out, Xia Ningchang suddenly became anxious. "Grandmaster Zhou, please be careful with your words." Su Yan and the others looked at Grandmaster Zhou with increasingly cold eyes. Zhu Qing's dragon pressure suddenly increased, immediately making the bones of Grandmaster Zhou, who shouted that he would protect Xia Ningchang with his life. Creak. His lips were tightly shut, and he couldn't say a word. Yang Kai looked at Grandmaster Zhou, blinked and smiled slightly. Then he looked at Ji Ying and said, "What is it that made Brother Ji so angry?" It would have been better if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Ji Ying flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Kai's nose and scolded, "You still have the nerve to say that? Just now little junior sister and I were refining the heaven and earth impermanence pill. Everything was going smoothly, and we could open the furnace and take out the pills in 2 hours. This time, with the help of little junior sister, this G was confident that at least 7 pills could be produced, but just now. As he spoke, Ji Ying couldn't go on. He reached out and clutched his chest, his face red with anger, his face full of resentment. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly said, "Brother Ji, calm down. Don't get too worked up. It would be terrible if he was angered to death." As he spoke, he went to help Ji Ying stabilize his breathing. How could Ji Ying appreciate his kindness? He waved his hand and pushed him away. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and looked at Xia Ningchang. Did the refining fail? Xia Ningchang lowered his head. The furnace exploded. Ji Ying's expression became even uglier. Yang Kai was also an Emperor Realm alchemist, so how could he not understand the significance of a furnace explosion? It was a tragic event, but when he recalled the scene of Ji Ying's furnace exploding, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder Ji Ying had come to find him so angrily. So this was the reason. The fault was his. So Yang Kai hurriedly corrected his posture and sincerely apologized. Ji Ying weakly waved his hand, feeling like he had suffered 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to actually run into someone like Yang Kai. Clearly, his own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely profound, but this person didn't respect the alchemic Tao at all. Didn't he know that it was taboo to disturb someone during alchemy? How could he have the nerve to send a sound transmission to Medicine Pill Peak? Don't let this happen again. If there is a next time, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. Ji Ying gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Absolutely not. Only then did Ji Ying nod his head, feeling much better. The furnace had already exploded, and all his previous efforts had been in vain. He had only come to find Kai Yang to scold him to vent his anger. Since he had come here, the dozen or so alchemists had naturally come to help, but he hadn't expected Grandmaster Zhou to curse Yang Kai so. In order to avoid further trouble, Ji Ying waved his hand and led the alchemists back to Medicine Pill Peak. Since he wanted to leave, Zhu Qing and the others didn't stay. But who would have thought that just as the dragon pressure was withdrawn, Grandmaster Zhou would open his mouth again. However, after suffering a loss just now, he had learned his lesson and didn't speak rudely again. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a heavy expression and said, "Palace Master Yang, although you have become the demon race, you are still a human. Grandmaster Xia is my star boundaries treasure. If you still have a little conscience, please let her go." This Zhou thanks Palace Master Yang on behalf of Star Boundaries' billions of lives. Chapter 36:18. Yang Kai blinked and smiled. "Who are you?" For no reason at all, he came over to make irresponsible remarks and ask him to let little senior sister go. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. Grandmaster Zhou raised his head and puffed out his chest. Although his face was still pale, he stood straight and proudly said, "This one is Zhou Cheng. I am not as famous as Palace Master Yang in the Star Boundary. I am just a nobody." No matter what, a Tao Source grade high-rank alchemist couldn't be considered nameless. But it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was compared to the High Heaven Palace Master, who became the demon race and betrayed the Star Boundary, he was indeed much less famous. Yang Kai sneered. "Since you are a nobody, how dare you tell this king what to do?" Zhou Qing quickly said. "Zhou Qing doesn't dare. I am just trying to persuade you." Changing to a sincere tone, he said, "Does Palace Master Yang not know where you are? Since you have entered the territory of the demon race, why come back? When you were not here." Grandmaster Xiao's heart was as calm as still water. She focused on alchemy, and the pills she refined saved the lives of many people in the star boundary. But as soon as you came back, you disturbed her state of mind and ruined her furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. Do you know how many precious herbs are needed to refine this heaven and earth impermanence pill? Palace Master Yang, since you can't give Grandmaster Xia a future and happiness, why don't you just let go? Yang Kai smiled faintly. If I can't give Ning Chang a future and happiness, who can? Zhou Qing glanced at Xia Ning Chang and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Changing the topic, he said, Palace Master Yang, do you have to be like this? You can't even protect yourself now, so why implicate others? Do you want Grandmaster Xia to be exiled to the ends of the world with you, homeless? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Grandmaster Xia. Why are you so selfish? Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Ning Chang and said, Little senior sister, are you willing to be exiled to the ends of the world with me? Xia Ning Chang nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. I will go wherever you go. What about you guys? Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and the others. Shan Qing Luo smiled charmingly. What kind of nonsense is Lord Husband spouting? Us sisters are naturally married to a chicken, married to a dog, married to a chicken, married to a dog. You'll never be able to get rid of us. Although Su Yan and the others didn't speak, they all looked at him with smiles on their faces. Not to mention that they knew the truth of the matter just now. Even if Yang Kai really betrayed the demon territory, they would not hesitate at all. Hearing these words, Zhou Cheng's expression became even more pained. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He glanced over and waved his hand, saying, Enough. This lord has just returned to the palace. I don't want to waste my breath on idle people. If you dare to continue chattering, I'll take your dog life. Then he smiled wickedly. You said it yourself. This lord is a demon, ruthless and ruthless. Killing people is not difficult for this lord. Zhou Qing felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at, but unexpectedly, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. If this Zhou's death can allow Grandmaster Xia to see Palace Master Yang's true face and escape from this sea of bitterness, what harm is there in dying? Jiying frowned and said, Zhou Qing, don't make trouble. Although he didn't like Zhou Qing very much, his identity as a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist could not be ignored. In the War of the Two Realms, the demand for spirit pills was great. One more alchemist meant more spirit pills, which could save many lives in times of crisis. Zhou Qing slowly shook his head. Grandmaster Ji, there is no need to say more. This Zhou has made up his mind. He then turned to Xia Ning Chang and said, Grandmaster Xia, this Zhou hopes that you can live well, so this Zhou can die in peace. Xia Ning Chang frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. In the past, although Zhou Cheng had often consulted her about alchemy, she hadn't thought much of it, and just thought it was a normal exchange between fellow alchemists. But today, she found that something was wrong. This guy seemed to have some kind of special thoughts about her. If you want to die, this old master can help you. A cold snort came from Meng Wuya, who was not far away. Originally, Meng Wuya and the others were ready to leave, but Jiying led a dozen alchemists over aggressively, so they stopped not far away. Seeing this, how could Meng Wuya not know what was going on? He had raised Xia Ning Chang single-handedly and regarded her as his own. Being able to marry Yang Kai was a wonderful thing, but now someone had jumped out to cause trouble. How could Meng Wuya tolerate it? Although he was only a Dao Source realm cultivator, not much stronger than Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was an alchemist and was not good at fighting. If they really fought, Meng Wuya was confident that he could destroy him. Zhou Cheng slowly shook his head, ignoring Meng Wuya and looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, not because of Zhou Cheng, but because he noticed something else. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in a certain direction, then looked at Su Yan and said, Someone is attacking the sect defending array? Who would be so bold? A burst of weak energy fluctuations came from outside, a sign that the sect defending array had been activated. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, and found that hundreds of people had gathered outside the High Heaven Palace. a dozen of them using their secret techniques and artifacts to attack the sect-defending array. Su Yan said, "It's a common occurrence, don't worry about it." "Isn't this the first time?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing explained, "Every once in a while, someone will come to cause trouble." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai understood the situation. Because of Yang Kai, the great emperors had ordered the High Heaven Palace to be sealed off, and their disciples were not allowed to enter or leave. The great emperors only did this to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace, but the world didn't know the situation inside, and only thought that there was something wrong with the High Heaven Palace. In the past few years, the High Heaven Palace's reputation could be said to be in tatters. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But there were still people who wanted to use the High Heaven Palace's name to rise. Although the High Heaven Palace was established not long ago, it had first destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, then joined forces with Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and the High Sky sect to unify many sects in the Northern Territory. Masters were as common as clouds in the sky, and it could be said to be one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Normally, ordinary sects could only look up to the High Heaven Palace, not daring to act rashly. However, the High Heaven Palace had sealed off the mountain and activated the Grand Array, giving some people an opportunity to take advantage of it. When the passage between the two worlds opened, and the human race and demon race fought, the world energy of the star boundary surged. In the past few years, the Emperor Realm had appeared in the star boundary, and the Emperor Realm also had the qualifications to establish their own sects, but they were not well known and had no disciples. What could they do? Step on the High Heaven Palace and rise to the top? They would either gather their fellow Taoists or lead their disciples to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace and act recklessly in the name of vanquishing demons, shouting and cursing endlessly. As a result, their reputation naturally spread. When people mentioned it, they could also say that they had been to the High Heaven Palace to vanquish demons and defend the Tao. However, the High Heaven Palace's Grand Array was tightly sealed, and they did not dare to fight. What did the High Heaven Palace not dare to fight? However, Yang Kai was far away in the demon race's territory and bore the name of a traitor. The High Heaven Palace did not want to cause trouble and smear Yang Kai's name. Whenever they encountered such a situation, the head chief and the second chief would usually ignore it. In any case, the sect-protecting Grand Array was placed there, and those people could not break through it. At most, they would just cause trouble for a few days before dispersing. In the past few years, similar situations had occurred more than 10 times. This time, it was a coincidence that Yang Kai was returning to the palace. After listening to Zhu Qing's explanation, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "The battle between the two worlds is in full swing. Why are they not going to the Western Territory to contribute? Why are they causing trouble in front of the High Heaven Palace?" Shuiyu sighed. "In this world, there are always some flies and dogs." Yang Kai sneered. "Let's go take a look." Saying so, he turned around and rushed towards the mountain gate. The women glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Not far away, Meng Wuya Huaqing Si, and the others also followed closely. Seeing this, Zhou Qing shouted, "Where is Palace Master Yang going? You still haven't given us an explanation about Grand Master Xia." Jiying sighed. "Zhou Qing, don't say anything more. Let's forget about today's matter. Things are not what you think, Palace Master Yang." Zhou Qing slowly shook his head and interrupted. "Grandmaster Ji, this Zhou appreciates your kindness, but there is no need to persuade me. This Zhou respects Grandmaster Xia, and only hopes that she can have a perfect home. However, Palace Master Yang is not a good person, and cannot be entrusted with her life. This Zhou really cannot ignore it. Today, this Zhou must have a good talk with him." He saw that although Yang Kai had spoken ruthlessly before, it was all bark and no bite, so he suddenly became more confident and more fearless. As he spoke, he also hurriedly chased after him. Jiying frowned, a look of helplessness and irritation appearing on his face. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Does Grandmaster Ji feel a little embarrassed?" However, this old master feels that Zhou Cheng's words are not completely unreasonable. Putting aside his personal thoughts, Grandmaster Xia is indeed a treasure of my star boundary. Palace Master Yang is currently powerless to protect himself, so if Grandmaster Xia can sever her relationship with him, she will not be implicated by him. Jiying smiled bitterly and shook his head. With an outsider saying so, he really couldn't explain anything. High Heaven Palace's mountain gate was carefully built by the South Gate Army in the past. After all, it was one of the top sects, so naturally, it had to be built with a majestic aura to show the heritage of a top sect. In front of the huge mountain gate, there was a horizontal plaque with the words High Heaven Palace on it. 300 meters outside the mountain gate was the protective range of the sect defending array. Looking from outside the array, it was impossible to see the scene inside High Heaven Palace, only a thick cloud of fog. However, if one were to stand inside the formation, they would be able to see the situation outside clearly. When Yang Kai arrived at the mountain gate, he saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard holding a long sword fiercely attacking the array. That long sword was an emperor artifact with lightning flashing on it. As it danced, the sound of thunder rang out continuously, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was an extraordinary sight to behold. Bolts of lightning bombarded the array, causing the clouds to churn continuously, but they couldn't do anything to the array at all. This array was personally arranged by the South Gate Army, so even if a First-Order Emperor Realm Master died of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Next to the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen Dao Source realms assisting him. They didn't cooperate with each other, each using their own secret techniques and artifacts, their moves dazzling. Kaiyang only glanced at it for a moment, before giving it a fancy comment. Whether it was the middle-aged man from the Emperor Realm, or the dozen Dao Source realms, their moves only looked beautiful, but they didn't have any power at all. However, these tricks didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes, but the hundreds of people watching from behind watched with keen interest, their eyes shining brightly. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.